涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守り手は時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいてゆこうよ乗り越えてゆこうよ星空と溶け合っていつまでも行ける Fly High まっすぐ願いを世界に歌って新しい夜も新しい朝もここからまた始めよう My heart shines endlessly 飛び立て
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to semifinals. Long season has reached to the point where there is only 4 standing in the way of BOL Diamond Glory. Tonight I am joined by Cherry J. My British partner in crime has decided to sleep. Very unfortunate. Cherry, welcome. Thank you very much for filling in today. How are you?
I was about to say, there's no British on this side. But yeah, it's fun. We're here ready for action, and it's gonna be Milkmen taking on the Syndicate of that not so Syndicate. Surely not Syndicate. That I'm really excited for this. We're heading straight on into the bands, and we can already take a note that the first things off the table are going to be that Vi, that Pantheon. The jungles are starting to get pinched, which makes sense from Milkmen. they have to be careful because on the opposite side, what they're going up against is going to be Zohair, the jungler of this Syndicate squad. This is a player who is constantly being at the top of the leaderboards in terms of the Diamond League in the Blue Otter League. And I think that banning out these junglers is going to be really important. Try and get their pool a little bit limited.
Oh, hold on a second. Here's my headphones have died. No worries. I am back. Now going through these bans, of course, it's going to be a first pick Gwen from Milkman. Of course, Milkmen are using their real roster again of Rigor Mortis making his debut again for Diamond. Rigor Mortis, of course, did start off this season on XSV Pride and was unfortunately, how do we say this? Shot out of a cannon week 2. And then found a new home in Milkmen. Milkmen, of course, did have that horrible slide to end our regular season, going from 4-0 to 4-3, barely making playoffs, but fighting back in both playoff series, and now against a true favorite, realistically, of BOL Diamond. Everyone had surely not Syndicate versus XG in the finals. That potentially could still happen, technically. But we will have to see as Jax is locked in and Senna for surely not.
I like the Senna. I think that that's likely going to be that support. I think it's possible that even in Arcadia might possibly be picking it up. Or, sorry, that's going to be the opposite side. I think that for the side of Milkmen, if they want to try and pick up, yeah, I think the Sivir is going to work decently into this. That's likely going to be even in Arcadia. This is a player who is towards the top of the leaderboard. Certainly a player you got to watch out for. They currently stand with a 48.05% on that rating, so definitely no slouch. The Gwen gets picked up. This is an interesting one. We've seen in the Diamond division that Gwen's been a character that is constantly being pinched out because of the prevalence it does have. In a best of 5 series, however, you kind of do expect Gwen to be picked up one time or another, so to get it out early, certainly going to be a good idea for the side of the Syndicate to let that go through. They're going to pick up the Ahri. Definitely an interesting one. We don't see Syndicate looking to really play for that bot side by the looks of it. Although with the Ahri able to roam down, that could possibly give them a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, something that is very comfortable for YouTube as well. Sivir, I do like into Senna personally. I think if it's depending on which Senna build, you have to go Shiv to match the wave clear of Sivir. So not really an easy time for you as well. Rel and Braum both being pinched, as now it is seen to be supportal bans. Of course, Nico also taken away, Tariq taken away. Mel, you can say can be support, but very much likely not. Lulu gone as well. So Tom Kench is something that's still up. Alistar was something that was still up. So support pool really pinched game 1 already in our full fearless.
I mean, it makes sense. The Milkmen, one of their best players is even in Arcadia, who is that AZ player. If you remove the support options, back them up, it will put them against a wall. And on the other side, surely not Syndicate. Their bot lane is no slouch either. Chill with kills, having a 47.77 rating on that support. Just below them is K Technology, who also is up there with that 46.16. Certainly, this is not a bot lane you can take lightly. They're going to be running a Senna Leona. It's a little bit concerning how much damage output they're going to be able to get with that. But compared to the Sivir, who likes to really get those spell shields and kind of play passively at the start, I'm sure they'll be able to play pretty well.
Yep. And now I have to see what they can do here. I think is Daddy Moach playing Mr. King Milk himself playing the support, I think, today. As there was a monster movement made earlier. Yeah.
Oh.
So
Well,
Rigor
that
Mortis
is-
back, and then Melio for Daddy Milk himself. Sorry, that is his username. Unironically, it is. I'm not trying to be strange with it. He likes to be called Daddy Milk. That is Listen, we are here in Diamond, do not support sexual names of that nature. But Daddy Milk is kind of cinema, so I'm okay with saying it for this series. Nar, the last pick, so Jack's Jungle.
I think I'm a pretty big fan of this Syndicate comp. You get a decent amount of scrimmage potential with that Jax and Ari. I'm a little bit concerned on how that's going to play out towards this early game. However, on the opposite side, Milkmen, they're running this Sivir with Emilio most likely in the bot lane. And I think that's possibly going to be good. You got a lot of sustain with that spell shield with the healing output from the Emilio. However, I mean, you just take a little bit of a look towards how both of these teams play. You'd imagine that surely not Syndicate has a bit of an advantage as they do play a little bit more towards their bot side, averaging 2.8 dragons per game. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's not too much lower. Seems like both teams like to play for that bot side, as the side of Milkman is running a 2.7 average per game on those Drakes. But I think just map prevalency, you got to give Syndicate the favor. They have that 0.8 heralds per game, which is absolutely absurd. They're almost getting the Herald every single game they play, which you got to imagine in best of threes certainly takes a lot of effort, but they're able to do it. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not they can do it today as well. The Gnar and the Jax certainly has a lot of AP and has a lot of tankiness to it. So I am going to be expecting them to be able to get the Herald as well this game. The Gwen obviously is a strong one. You're able to get a lot of burn damage outputted, especially if you do build things like Leandri's, like the Riftmaker. Both are very strong abilities, especially against these tanks that they will have to be facing off against in the top lane. However, I think for the most part, Syndicate with a 7-0 record coming into the season 14-1 to the postseason, going up against Milkmen, who barely made it to playoffs, going 4-3. This certainly is going to be a David and Goliath storyline.
Yeah, especially since Syndicate is such the heavy favorites, of course. The entire last series going to 5. Some people say it was a fake Game 5 series. The last game, of course, very, very telling if you watch the Hook streams when he was streaming it. Of course, we had ended a little bit early already for when that point forward when it happened. And now we really have to see how Milkman can just sort of handle, like you said, the David versus Goliath. A lot of people had them counted out already. But now it is up to Cole to prove the haters wrong. To see what he can do. Sivir first game is interesting to me because I still feel like there's other 80 carries that are still up. Of course, Zeri also got buffed as well to see what you'd like for it as well. You did ban the Rel, but I think if you let the Zeri go through with see how important it is, I think the buffs genuinely make her a much better champion. There's a few others too. Varus also not seeing any real prio yet. Ezreal's still up there. MF, Lucian, Kaisa, Tristana, who has been a staple mainstay for these past couple first games, not coming in yet. So really just up to how bot lane plays for me. You do have Senna Leona, which doesn't sound too good because it's not something that helps Senna scale perfectly. You do get the engage potential, and early levels it should be fine for Leona's damage just to make it up. But Leona has to play carefully as this game goes forward to see how she could position, get the way onto Syndra without getting everything Melio cleansed. So another thing as well is that Gwen loves short range comps. And the only realistic way, if Gwen is able to get ahead as well, this game is kind of over. For surely not. They realistically don't have a way to deal with her.
There's a reason that Gwen has been picked 25 times, banned 74 times, and it really is just that absolute snowball potential that you do receive in picking the character. So, same thing with some of these other picks that have been placed on, but especially that Gwen is going to be someone you're going to have to look out for. And I think that Ari, similar situation. You want to be able to get ahead. You want to be able to get into a strong position into that mid game, into that late game where you're going to be able to leverage yourself and find those Barons, find those Drakes, get his soul. It's absolutely necessary to be roaming the map as an Ari. And I think that that's something that both these teams are just going to have to look out for.
Yeah, I agree. And without further ado, that is all from us in Champ Select of Game 1 of semis. Don't go anywhere. Banger series for sure upcoming. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody. Game 1 finally has reached the pinnacle. Starting us off, the Milkman with Rigor Mortis in his revenge arc, some would say, on the Gwen first. Of course, Cole, usernamed Yumi Throne, of course. But another
about
big
you?
thing to note here is rune choices. Of course, Electrocute Syndra, something that is good, I believe. could potentially get away with first strike this game. To Alexa just go for more base damage instead. PTA, Jack's jungle, just going for the short trades really. See what they can do. And I think that's pretty much the craziness.
I was low-key expecting this Gwen to be in the top side and having that Poppy in the jungle, but that
Oh,
was...
okay.
And seems like we're going to a quick pause. Not sure if we had to disconnect, whether or not we possibly had a bit of just a team error. Maybe somebody picked the wrong rune. Who knows?
YouTube lagging. Likely story from Mr. YouTube.
Think looking at these runes, it all makes pretty good sense. Just off the top of it, we do see Daddy Dairy going for a bit of poke damage, not going to be going for that extra healing, so definitely a bit of interesting stuff over there. And on the opposite side, Technology, I mean, I'm not totally sure. Haven't played a ton of Senna myself. I believe that this is the default rune, however, certainly an interesting one to take note of. And up towards the jungle, not going to be going for lethal tempo, instead going to be seeing that as the press the attack. So not sure how that's going to really impact the game at all, but it's a little bit of something to note.
Yeah, another thing as well is I personally feel as if well, there's not really much else to talk about actually. We pretty much went over everything. No?
Well,
But waiting for the waits. Oh, there we go. Didn't even have to wait too long.
it is interesting seeing this Jax not go for the green pet, instead going for blue. I mean, I'd expect blue, but you'd imagine that, like, if you're playing that Jax, you kind of want a little bit more tankiness, and, I mean, we'll see what they can find. We'll see what they can get with it. Obviously, the extra speed and the slowness that you can kind of get is going to be very helpful. However, something that we can kind of note, no early invasions. Instead, everyone's just going to play their own corners, so we will just have a pretty standard game of League of Legends. Obviously, Gwen pathing from top to bot, so they're going to be able to help out the Milkmen in the bot side, which is going to be necessary. That's something that we kind of have to talk about, because just the extra activity on Surely Not Syndicate's bot lane is just so powerful that you got to make sure you can stay alive. The amount of stuns that this team does possess with this Senna and Leona could possibly cause you to just be in a rough spot the entire time. Obviously, the extra range coming from the Sivir is going to give you a little bit of a headache, but really, you're just going to have to try and stay alive.
Yeah, I need to see as well how the CS will affect her now if Poppy's able to just withstand the lane of bullying early. Able to get level 4 or 5, able to start dealing some damage back to Mininar, not fall down too much CS. But nice little stun there. Oops,
YouTube,
steppers. But, oh, Electrocute Truck. Electrocute trade back, so worthwhile trade for Ari there.
you see a wild Terry going to be getting engaged upon, and as of now, Fozzie Bear is just going to keep up the pressure. However, under tower, they're not going to be having a fun time whatsoever.
Yeah, nice little stun again there from Steppers. Gets the full Electrocute proc off again, once again. And YouTube is trying to walk up and trade as much as he can, and that's going to be another big stun up onto the Sivir, taking too much damage already. Has to pop the barrier. Second barrier has been popped. That's going to be flash dropped as well. Melio is walking up, trying to do as much damage as he can to return back to Senna, but nothing else will come from it. Stun happening again mid lane. This time it will be hit. YouTube hits the charm, gets the proc back, but now has to run. He is dead in 16 seconds if he chooses to stay in that lane.
I think if you're going to be YouTube, you want to make sure you back out. I'm a little bit concerned of her K-Technology. They're kind of just sticking their face where it doesn't really belong, and if that Sivir gets a couple of combos off, you are going to be running for the hills, and this is kind of why I was a bit afraid. Now this Gwen possibly is going to be able to come down if they can crash this wave. However, it seems as if they're more in tune to just go for the Scuttle Crab instead of really contest.
Yep, both teams trading. Both sides understand. They knew that they were uncontested either side, so they know that both junglers probably went opposite ways. Surely not staying in a good position. There's no real setup for any ganks here for this Gwen other than top. And maybe Syndra's done.
Yeah,
But if
I
Syndra
agree
has
on
to
that one.
blow it, it's tough.
For sure, I think that the Cinder is
Oh,
definitely in a bit of a
YouTube?
tough spot, but YouTube, great charm from them.
YouTube again playing with fire. Steppers is going to be the first to channel recall, actually, which is funny.
Check
Does
out that
cancel it.
CS diff. I mean, you wouldn't
Yeah.
expect it, but like that's 7 CS up at 4 minutes, and then up towards the top side, a little bit more. You'd expect that. It's a bit of a bullying situation up there, and there's no principal to call. You're just gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah. Ozzy getting some good damage, able to get the buckler back. But Terry could look for this play, potentially waits it out perfectly on the timer. That's going to be it. Going in. W has been used. Terry flashes forward. Will we get the jump over? Goomba stomps him for first blood. But it is a trade back. Both flashes used in the top lane.
I mean, you get that extra bit of money. It's definitely not a bad spot. I think it's a little bit unfortunate because they weren't able to collect on the cannon minion. However, you got the kill in the end, and a wild Terry certainly looking wild for this team. The Syndicate, I mean, certainly this isn't a flashy team. They're just kind of playing their own game, and it's looking good. Once this gets into a late game situation, if they can play off this Jax and Gnar pretty well, they have the stuns and just the general support from both players in the bot lane to be able to
Oh, Terry goes in again here, actually. Able to get the Gnar passive off twice. Of course, 3 hits passive, so of course loved in League of Legends. Shout out to Uzi on the vein. Big damage is coming in here, though. Terry ready to transform soon. And both junglers have just gone double full clears. There's not really been anything here. Zohair potentially trying to do what he can. See any angle he can force here, but there's nothing really up here other than Scuttle. Now he spots it. He knows Gwen is bot side. Rick and Mortis is starting up. Nope, we'll walk away from it. Looks for the spot angle instead. Bot lane is surely not in some damning positions if they do get engaged on, but nothing here really to threaten them other than Sivir bounces.
And currently, we're going to be seeing a bit of an engagement once more with this Leona looking to entry. However, they will be a little bit too short to the punch. And yeah, I mean...
Oh, engage coming from topside of all places. Fozzy now has to run. He can't take this abuse. Don't think he can ever look to engage. And now it's another thing as well is that both, well, there's actually a TP difference right here in the mid lane. YouTube is down his teleport. And Terry is going to go ahead and gnar him against the wall, stun and lock him up. But here's Poppy's retaliation. And both laners just kind of don't lose much health.
I don't like that. The turret shot will be applied onto a wild Terry. They're going to keep the back going. Not going to try and play too aggressively, which I respect.
Oh, YouTube is playing a dangerous game, but Zohair has bot prio. Will be shoving in for that. They don't clear the vision. He had already started it up mostly, and that will be secured. First dragon of the game goes Syndicate's way.
And you really do got to expect that from a team like this. When you're averaging 2.8 drakes a game, you'd expect them to be able to collect on these drakes. And certainly now they're going to want to try and go for the grubs, most likely. Obviously, with Rigor Mortis up there, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to be able to find a way on into the pit. However, certainly going to be a possibility if they do opt in for it. Currently, though, I'm liking it. I think the Lost Chapter and Darksteel for this side of Surely Not Syndicate could possibly be a little bit too volatile to deal with.
Yeah, now able to get in finally here. Stepper still hasn't backed, still sitting on double antidote. Most likely already has it. Does have the double adaptive force potion ready. As now it's going to be an engage on Debilio. He does miss the Q. W's the Sivir to heal while getting engaged on. A bit of an interesting maneuver. But Rigor Mortis will confirm it as now it will be engaged right there. On to Sivert. Double stun up. That's going to be melee ulti. Has been burned. Do they have enough damage? Now trying to double focus their targets. See who they can get. And the answer is neither. As the bot lane for Milkman is able to get away. Zohair with the invade will take Rigor Mortis' red buff. But Rigor Mortis will walk in here and not be able to cancel the back as he spots him at the last second. Very unfortunate. And now a big stun here onto Terry. This is a big wave to be fighting in if you're Poppy. There is 15 minions there plus the cannon. And Poppy's going to re-engage again on the E. Going in. Terry does miss the Q though. Gets a hit on the rebound. This is going to be it. The solo kill that we've been waiting for. Poppy claims it in the top lane.
Yeah, despite being at that 4-3 team, the David versus Goliath storyline certainly seems to be coming along very finally. And this is really strong for them. I mean, they're able to really put the pressure onto this top laner. And if they don't get ahead, then this bot lane isn't going to be able to do it for them. We've seen time and time again, they've been able to combo the stuns, especially onto that Sivir, who is a little bit weaker and a little bit more volatile when it comes to being able to shut them down. However, just the lack of damage output from the bot lane of this surely not Syndicate squad. I mean, obviously with the static shiv, you're going to get a little bit extra damage and wave clear, but it's just not enough. You need somebody to be able to play off of, and if your Gnar is 1 and 2, that's not a player you can really rely on.
Yeah. Did have that tower dive earlier where it eventually did cost his life as well going for it. Getting solo killed there is really, really tough as well because that's just a free lane now for Poppy to just choose to scale off. Nard now has to suffer until he has Triforce Black Cleaver. As YouTube, speaking of suffering, YouTube has been getting punished completely this mid-game. Just eating a ton of stuns. And speaking of stuns, immediately again, another play is happening. That's going to be a full stun up onto Sivir though. There is the Senna ulti. The flash is there. Chill Will flashes forward, trying to match it. Chill Will gets the Zenith Blade under the tower. Sivir pops barrier. And it's all spells except for flash from Emilio. Barrier for Senna. And that is going to be another lane pushed in. Rigor Mortis is here. But Zohair is also here as well. Terry is going to go in. Terry will dodge the Q. This fight is going to be taking a lot of our time and advantage here. Q misses again. Terry is starting to get mega soon, but Syndra runs up to join the fight and ensure his top laner's survival.
I think Steppers being here is a really strong thing for them. However, I'm not sure if I like that too much because it allows the Ahri to get back on into the matchup as they were down a significant amount of the CS. Now they're only going to be down 10. Other charms going to be there. Steppers taking a bit of extra damage. Something you really can't be letting happen. Going to have the back canceled as well. That might have been a blunder for this Syndra to start pushing up. Steppers going to be regretting that heavily now.
Yeah. And now Dragon coming online, Mountain Dragon. So Cloud Soul, Infernal Soul, Hextech, or Chemtech Soul? What soul do you want?
I'd imagine both teams are going to want something like that Hextech or Infernal, as that extra damage is going to be significant for both this Ahri and Syndra. However, I mean, obviously, if you are on the side of the Syndicate, you're going to be wanting it to be one of those more powerful ones for sure, as you have a lot more priority towards that bot side. Rather,
Fozzie?
Really can't.
Fozzie almost costing his life there, greeting for that CS, has to back. Does have the teleport as well, so just greeting for a little bit right now, and it's Merc Treads completed for Ahri. As now Rigor Mortis will be spotted in the jungle. Dragon is started up by Zohair. They want to keep fighting this. He does have Triforce into Nashers.
Yeah, and at this point, the Drake is possibly going to be reset even in the bot side. Meanwhile, both top laners
Terry
are not going to have their TPs, so if a Wild Terry wants to, they could possibly join this fight.
That's a really good trade there for Terry. Poppy just recalled and is already starting the lane again at half HP, and you're able to get your recall off, hopefully. You can't die here, though. Takes the tower shot. And now that's going to be just some spacing done right there. Terry playing it smart, not trying to get stunned under that tower.
I mean, even though they're up kills, they're not up gold. And it really is partially due to the extra CS that's being gained on all sides. Excluding that mid, everyone has been up on CS for the side of the Surely Not Syndicate. Even the bot lane, who we've noted time and time again, they don't really have a whole ton of attacking power in their arsenal. It's just the extra stuns. And something you kind of got to worry about is, how is this no cleanse bot lane going to be affected by this extra stuns that you get from the Leona R, from the just enhanced abilities from all of these? Because I think that's like, what, 4 stuns in these 2 bot laners kit?
You have a root with Senna, and then Zenith E is a root, and then Leona Q stun, and then Leona ulti stun.
It's just absurd. It's absurd.
Yeah. Oh, Poppy actually E's forward here, but that's why, because Rigor Mortis is here. Will tap the Poppy ultimate. Terry misses the Goomba jump, flashes out actually, and will be okay.
And the needlework got
Rigor Mortis misses it at the end there.
Oh, that is rough. But might be this Jax as well, kind of overextending themselves. Gonna take a no damage.
Oh, Sivir already in big trouble right here. Will be getting locked up. Has to pop the barrier. There is the solar flare, but it's not meant for this world. And the Senna ultimate is not enough yet. Sivir walks away barely alive.
Daddy Dairy carrying that engagement completely, giving so much extra shielding to their teammates. And honestly, Yumi Throne, they really got to be thanking their lucky stars in that engagement.
Yeah, Moch able to save Cole and help him out a lot there. But another thing as well is that Terry lived, so that's feat of warfare still up in this game, which is crazy to think about how it was. Barely surviving there, but this is when this matchup gets hard for Poppy. He does have the Triforce. He will gnaw him into the wall. There's no Poppy ultimate yet. The Q does go wide. Fozzie gets the buckler. Can get the stun here. Chooses to do it. Pops the W. The steadfast present makes sure that he will survive. As Chillwill is getting engaged on, but YouTube hits the Ari charm after the full combo has already been extinguished.
Look at that. There's going to be the Rift Herald gone onto the side of the Syndicate once more. Surely Not Syndicate. They're going to have this extra advantage, able to leverage this in any lane.
This turret's dead. That's first tower. Yeah, that's first tower. That's feats completed.
That's really,
Poppy?
Really good.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll be able to disengage him.
That is normal here in BOL Diamond. The top laner's missing ultis. No worries, you will get very used to it. Chair. We did have we did have we did have Andy Chef Oren one stream game. That was a very funny cast. Zohair eating some damage though. Rigor Mortis is here though, trying to save this tower, but I don't think you can die for this, but it's 700 gold for Zohair. Rigor Mortis will get stunned up. Ultimate has been dropped, but there is the needlework. Rigor Mortis will miss it, but Rigor Mortis stutter steps. And because he stutter steps, Zohair gets to live. And here comes YouTube, who will claim it.
That is absolutely disgusting. You do not live there if you are Zohair. That is absolutely absurd, the fact that they dodged the needlework and still YouTube right along the way able to get them out of harm's way. And I mean, that's just insane. They actually just collected all 3 objectives for feats of warfare.
They already had feats. They got the first tower, got tier 2 top as well. Now Gnar's in a bit of an awkward position, because now Gnar can't really push up. He's kind of homeless for a little bit. Like, it's tough for him to walk up so far and not get ran down by Gwen, but no other laner can effectively switch with him right now. So he kind of just has to sit here and just like look pretty for a little bit. But I mean, two kills that Gwen has missed out on. First was the flash from Terry, dodging that needlework, and then this one, Rigor Mortis just clearly missing it. as it is Cloud Soul, and it will be an engage on. Double stun is there, but there is 5 here from Milkman, and I think Surely Not may have jumped the gun. Big damage across the entire fight, and that is Surely Not on the run for their lives. They have to retreat, but the answer is, how many will it cost? 3 down already. Terry is here. Will Goomba stop? Gets the double stun, but the push away by Steppers makes sure that no one else falls. YouTube, for some reason, rejoins this fight again as the rest of his team is gone, and that's the gold swing for Milkman.
Well, they didn't swing the gold. However, in a couple of seconds, they certainly will. They're going to be able to collect a lot of minions, possibly be able to collect this bot lane tower as well. This is really, really good for them. That's what swings this game and possibly brings them back on into it. No teleport's going to be available for anybody except for YouTube. So realistically, they could possibly take this bot lane tower, maybe even the mid as well.
Yeah, easily could have been 2 there, but respawn timers are here. Senna is back for mid. I mean, the gold swing, it was 3k and Surely Not, and now it's 1k for Milk. So, big, big, big momentum changer there. Poppy did get 2 of those kills, which is unfortunate. You would have liked those kills on Syndra and or Sivir, but Poppy still can do a lot here as the game goes on.
I'm also a little bit concerned at the fact that Rigor Mortis didn't get any of those kills, because they do have 1 item in that Gnasher's Tooth. However, it seems like they want to build the Rift Maker next, and if they want to get ahead, they're going to need a couple kills under their belt.
Yeah, 2 items already for Zohair. Has the Triforce and Sundered Sky. 2 very expensive items as well. It's not very cheap. Terry will get engaged on in the wall. And now we'll jump onto Fozzie, but now will now start using his abilities. Needs Mini Nard in order to kite this, but will get big damage engaged on. Has to run for his life. Sundered Sky helping that Poppy take big, big trades.
It's currently seeming as if, I mean, I don't even know how to describe this, because I didn't think that engagement was that bad for the side of Surely Not Syndicate. They just played it a little bit too fast, possibly. Didn't wait for their Gnar to be that frontal engagement. I think that might have caused their downfall. But right now, it's not the end of the world. They are still having those 2 stacks on the Dark Seal because the fact that YouTube was able to find that 1 kill in the top lane and did not die for it. Also, the Baron top lane.
Oh, ultimate dropped right here, but here's Rigor Mortis instantly responding. Zohair told his mid laner to go in. There's the Unleashed Power. There's the Needlework. Rigor Mortis misses it for a 3rd time, but it doesn't matter. The snips go through. Rigor Mortis goes back in, and it will cost his life. But Syndra, no flash. And now that's mid lane tower getting free hit by Senna. As now
really,
Gnar
really
also gets used in this bot lane fight. Fozzie Bear is taking some bad trades. It's max HP damage, and that will be the mid lane tower gone. No ultimate, though, available from Syndra. Storm Surge has been procced. Senna able to space away correctly. And now we have even more fighting happening in the bot lane if they choose to go for it. The answer is no. The game is slowly resetting as they go for mid lane tower on Milkman.
Super proficient stuff there. Able to get the Gwen down for the Ahri, removing the Darksteel stacks, and they're actually able to get a kill on the board for Rigor Mortis. I really liked that from them, and I think that now that they have some extra items online, and they also have a bit of anti-magic, they're going to be super difficult to kill. Because let's be honest, if everyone on this team buys a little bit of anti-magic, nobody, except for maybe Zohair, is going to be able to find a couple of kills. Zohair definitely is in a good spot right now. However, that Sundered Sky and Trinity Force are pretty good for that sustaining. Getting those actual kills, just the extra mobility from your opponents are going to be really difficult to latch onto them. Meanwhile, if you're the Ahri, you get that charm, you get some spirit dives. Like, you just have so much chasing potential that I think that that's the player you really do have to watch out for.
Yeah, now as the game has slowly calmed down, item builds coming in. Infinity Edge completed for Sivir. Static Shift, Black Cleaver, the Senna build, of course. Senna, who was nerfed, actually. The kill rate going from 15 to 10%, straight base. But Rigor Mortis in the top side is spotted. So now Gnar knows he can go for this tower pretty much uncontested. But Genology has to be careful here. Could potentially get engaged on. As speaking of engages, we have bot lane. It is Iceborne Gauntlet completed for the Poppy, as Gnar ultimate has been used to push her away. Big send the stun there, and she is gone from the rift. As now it will be Fozzie getting engaged on, will stun the Jax, able to hit Zohair this time and try to run to his team, but Fozzie Bear actually chooses to keep going here. But here is all 5 of Milkmen trying to help. Okay, they do. They successfully save Poppy.
Yeah, we saw as soon as that engagement started, the rest of the team in the mid lane just started rotating down immediately. And that's also good for another reason. Not only did they save their teammate, but they're going to set themselves up for the extra Drake to equalize this. There's also going to be a teleport coming in, so realistically...
Oh, wait a second. They're walking back here. Terry is here. He is half HP. That Solar Flare dropped onto 2, though, but there's not really much you can do for this. Zohair will get grounded and now be pushed back. But that is tier 2 mid lane gone. Fozzie Bear has to flash away. Chill Will is here. We'll drop 1 stun there. And I think Poppy understands they are the sacrificial lamb and it will cost them their life. But that is 2nd dragon to Milkman.
Fozzie Bear certainly does not appreciate that. The extra stuns.
Oh, are they going for Baron or Otacon? Otacon is the call.
Yeah,
this is a
going
game
to be the
decision
for a Wild Terry too. So this is ridiculously good. And on the opposite side, obviously there is going to be one for the mid laner. However, besides that, there's no TP or flash for Fozzie Bear. So both summoner spells down for the count. The extras intelligence is going to be gained. We do see YouTube getting the charm, so that's going to lead them to believe that they just got to...
Here's the TP coming in from Terry. They now know that someone else is here. YouTube getting big damage brought back to him. Syndra stun will be able to find onto 2. Otacon 900 and it is gone. Terry now jumping over the wall. May have to be the sacrificial lamb. Burns flash. Rigor Mortis dodges 2 of the needleworks and now he will go Mega Gnar. But he does fall for it. Both top laners use as sacrificial lambs for their team's gain. And this could potentially be Baron as it is started up by Milkmen. Is going to get spotted out. Fozzie Bear's here. This is going to be big damage. They're doing too much damage to the Baron. So, of course, the Baron with the Baron outrage. But that is going to be Chill Will potentially falling. The answer is no. Zohair has Poppy on him. Will get stunned up and locked away. But Rigor Mortis is getting lower and lower. This is going to be the big time play. Does get the smite. YouTube is here. But the play is no more. Baron for Milkman.
That Baron, I mean, they didn't have their top laner in the engagement. However, it didn't matter. They were still able to just get that damage down. And I mean, that was really good. Now, if you are on the side of the Surely Not Syndicate, you're going to have to play a little bit more passively, protect your towers, because that's a real only advantage that you have going for you. We see them doing that right now with YouTube up in the top lane, and it seems like they want to do the same with mid side, with both their bot lane and support coming over here.
Oh. Yeah, we're trying to reach a mellow game state now, but it's not really mellow if you're a fan of Surely Not. Kind of a bad look from that one dragon fight, turning a lot of this gold back to see how they can do this, but Silver 3 items is coming up soon-ish, hopefully, and that's going to be RE missing, and Fozzie Bear goes in, actually, onto RE, but Zohair on the other side of this fight forces melee ultimate, forces the cleanse, a lot of damage is dropped, and Zohair dies to the bounces. Yumi throw flashes forward, it's gonna be a double! It's a triple taken away as Melio Flame claims that kill. Steppers does fall, but that's mid tier 2 gone. That's inhibitor tower gone. That's mid inhib gone. If you are a Surely Not fan, surely not, it can't be a horror show.
I mean, there's the inhib down, and they're probably going to want to start marching in a little bit further as the rest of this team still has double digits in their...
Oh, this is slow, though. This is a really bad look. Rigor Mortis has already fall. Yumi Throne has to try and run for his life. Terry going in. That was a hard overforce by Milkman. They thought they could end the game here. And there will be another death there. Poppy falls. 3 Barons gone now from Milkman. They push way too far. And Terry now sees that there's a teleport mid lane, and now this is surely Not's moment to push their advantage that they just got.
And as of now, I mean, there is going to be a Drake coming up in 49 seconds, so that's something both teams are going to want to play for. Obviously, this is going to be that Air Soul, so with that, giving that extra bit of speed is going to be something both teams are going to go for. Obviously, you get that extra bit of a buff. It's definitely not a bad soul by any means, off Chemtech, but with the Dark Seal at such a high percentage, 7 stacks on it, I think that YouTube might possibly be a player that could take this game back in their favor. Obviously, with the death cap on the opposite side for Steffers, it could possibly give a little bit of a detriment. However, right now, you gotta rely on YouTube if you're on the side of surely not Syndicate. Over towards the Milkmen, they're not doing bad. They're able to get these top towers, and that gives them a significant gold lead towards their bot laners.
Yeah, smart play. Recognize that they don't want to even try it for the dragon. It's only soul point. It was just enough time that they'll be able to get both of these top lane towers. And now Syndicate pushed to the edges of their base. That is as far as they can go safely. And even then, can't even go safe half the time there. Terry dodges that by complete accident, but the QW meant that he was in ultimate range. If Syndra had pressed it, he would have fallen.
Can we just talk about this fact that Yumi Throne still has not died once? And the Milio kind of makes sense. Daddy Dairy, they are playing that Milio, so they have a little bit more of an excuse to not die, but you're playing Sivir, and you're still 0 deaths. This is a bot gap if I've ever seen one. There are 13 assists between the two of them, 5 kills between the two of them, and still nobody's even come close to being able to kill them ever.
Nice little damage here. Fozzie Bear loves this matchup. He loves having somebody who is slow, weak, and can't really escape from him too easily. YouTube going in. He wants to press that R in again. Will eventually do it on the minimap, but nothing much comes from it. As now top inhibitor tower falls, and that's going to be Cole standing his ground. Cole! Make sure that the bounce counts! And Kinology has to run! And now Zohair is here in the backline. Hits 2 with the ultimate, but no counter-strike means no more life! As Zohair kills his teammate accidentally, there's the Syndra stun! YouTube will claim Cole's life in the end, but it's Chill Will and YouTube against the world, and alone the Milkmen stand strong! Game 1 goes their way!
In the semifinals, you would not expect a team that came into the playoffs 4-3 to be able to take this advantage, but despite the odds, despite the 14-1 map differential in their main season, it was not the Syndicate's game to win. Unfortunately for them, they're going through the ringer today, and they certainly are going to have to come out on top if they want to make their way up to the finals. This is a single elimination bracket. A necessary step requires you to beat that semifinalist, and it's showing why the Milkmen made it here. Despite going in with a rough spot, they absolutely dominated. They were down. They were down 0 Drakes to 2. They were down a 1 tower deficit to 0. They were down 3 kills to 1. But despite that, they came back stronger than ever, and it really was off that bot lane who played so perfectly.
Yeah, not something we usually see. I guess the Sivir pick early guaranteed it for them.
I mean, yeah, they absolutely put up a great performance there, and Yumi Throne, they were very close to ending with 0 deaths themselves. They only died towards that end there when they were just sacrificing themselves for the rest of the team. But yeah, I mean, certainly you got to give props to everyone on this lobby. YouTube especially was one of the main reasons that they kept it competitive for so long, as they were the one to be able to work their way up in the top lane early on in the game, find those kills, and certainly put up a good performance. The Gnar as well, really just doing so much for the team, able to get 31,000 damage, more than anybody on the opposing side of the Milkmen. So really got to give up props for everyone involved, and we'll see what happens in game 2.
Yep, certainly there. We'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 draft will be live in just a moment. I'm Glorsax, Cherry J joining me as well. Be right back. Welcome back to game 2, where Milkmen surprisingly took game 1 off that single dragon play that cemented their momentum in a lot of ways there. Able to also get effective trades as the game went on. And now, Fearless, of course, has taken effect. No more Poppy, no more Gwen for Rigor Mortis. No more Jax, no more Gnar, for surely not. And now we have to see what these bans will be. Is it going to be a repeat of same bans? So far, the answer is yes.
I'm gonna make sense. If you are afraid of some of these things, you're gonna want to get rid of them. It is a little bit interesting. We're seeing a bit of a different order coming on into it. Before we saw that Pantheon getting banned out with the Vi. Instead, this time we're going to be getting that Vi being banned first, and then the Ambessa, which we saw as that final ban in the first part of the draft, coming out as the secondary one. So we'll see if they do change up anything. And no, they're gonna go with the same bans order with that Pantheon closing us out.
Yeah, it's something that is, I feel like something you could first pick. Potentially, now that you got this Gwen out of the way, just possibly play a Pantheon game, get that removed from the pool completely as well. But I think it's still going to be the Nico ban here for Syndicate. Don't think that much changes out of there.
Yeah, when your bot lane is this good, you're certainly going to want to put all the objects towards it as possible, especially if you want to play for those drakes. And it actually is going to be not what we would have expected. And I would like to get your thoughts on this because I didn't even realize this was meta currently.
Huh. Twitch ban, huh? So that is
Yeah.
signaling to Milkmen that they want to play Jinx. They're throwing
Huh.
down the Jinx gauntlet. And the answer is, what does Milkman have in response to the Twitch ban? By the way, it is still same side. Surely Not did choose red side again, and it's Quirky. Very,
Huh.
very strong pick. Could
Makes sense.
easily have a lot of fun time here into a scaling lane such as that. Now you ban the Twitch and you see the enemy AD carry. Are you still gonna go Jinx here? If you're
I
surely
imagine they're
not.
gonna want to do that. I think Jinx plays okay into a Corki. I don't know if you have any other opinions on that matchup, but I think that the general speed that you get as you keep up, and also you just got to get that damage output, which is a little bit higher. And that might be something that they felt they were missing with that last composition. That might have been one of the crucial reasons that it failed, was due to the fact that they really prioritized stuns and utility over actual damage output. So not sure if that's what their opinion is ended up being, or whether or not they just really liked this Jinx as their secondary map option. But we'll see what they are able to make happen with it, what kind of magic they will be able to pull out. Obviously, the Rel is going to be open, so they might want to lock that in now. But Rel is definitely a character that gets banned away a lot, and I think it works relatively decently along with that Lulu. But it is going to be a Wukong that's going to get locked in for us, likely in the jungle, possibly in the top lane, but certainly a decent jungler right now.
Now, the way that this is going out, Wukong locked in, another one of Zohair's favorites. As we constantly like to update the stream on the other series taking place, constantly on Diamond. XG did take game 1 against Akuma Blades. Do have that pulled up as well, so both series, have to be 1-0. XG the favorites, of course, against Akuma. They are going to go ahead and be that in. And oh, wait a second. Is that what I see?
I like that a lot. A Silas pickup? I mean, makes a lot of sense in terms of wanting to get a bit of extra stuns. If that was the philosophy going into the last game, maybe this will work into this game. But coming on in, it seems like they're banking on the idea that this could be a quirky mid with them banning out that Smolder. Obviously, Smolder used to get a decent amount of playtime in that mid lane. However, in recent times, you really do see it prioritize over towards the bot lane more and more often. Obviously, can be flexed to top lane as well, but being able to ban it out gives them that extra feel of good air. And then Nico can be taken out of the pool along with that Rel and the Nautilus. So really going down on those engaged supports still after last game.
Oh, okay. Karma. All right. That's going to be interesting to
I mean,
see
I like the
that
combo.
taken. Jinx Karma.
It's not too traditional. You usually see Lulu as the enchanter paired with it, but obviously Karma does do a couple of the similar things as something like a Lulu, so not too big of a switch up. Vex is going to be locked by the looks of it, and you got a lot of AP in this comp with that AP jungler and AP mid, which does seem to be what they are going
Oh,
to go for either way.
Anytime. All
Ooh,
right.
that's
Well, Annie is a bit of a rising pick. Did get buffed heavily by Riot. Their ultimate now giving Pen. So very, very tough. And
I'm just a
now,
little concerned on the AP mid, AP jungle combo they got going. Huh.
yeah, and oh, okay. Trundle. Big.
Trundle's a fun one. I think that's going to be really difficult to take down, especially with the composition they're going up against. I mean, Silas is a pretty good assassin along with that Wukong, but the Trundle's just so strong, especially when it comes to breaking turrets, which was something that we did see Milkman had a bit of a trouble with in the previous game, as they weren't able to get the tower differential until
Cannon.
the end of the game. Kennen to end it out. So it really seems as if they got a special little thing for ranged top laners. First going with the Kennen, now go or not the Kennen, sorry, but they've done it both games now, and let's see whether or not they can find the same success.
Huh. Okay. That's interesting. That is going to be a tough lane for Trundle. Definitely tough for him. If he's able to get the E off, though, it should be okay. As I think I've been told that Z4 of last week's Akuma team was declared ineligible.
Huh? Do we have like reasons like their rank or?
Hold on. I have to see what is happening for that Akuma Blades team. Did he just get nuked at the very tail end of all of it?
Huh?
Um, huh. So if that's the case, Z4 Rise, who carried last when we last saw them, is gone now. And now I think they're playing with the E sub. So they are down two bans in that semifinal series, which is very upsetting. But back to this game on hand, of course. You do have the Kennen top. Silas can steal the Annie ultimate, but never gets the sun off, which is the most valuable part of that whole kit as well. Can steal Lily asleep, and that'd be okay. Nami Wave is alright. Trundle ulti is just funny to steal because it's max HP damage, and if you go full AP Trundle, you'll deal 102% of the enemy's max HP as draining damage. So you can legit one shot somebody if you get enough AP on Silas and steal Trundle ulti, and they cannot do anything about it. They will just sit there and die slowly, getting trained the entire time. It is so funny to watch.
I like it. I like it. I think the Silas pick is going to get a decent amount of value. I think it's as you said, that Nami wave and the sleep that you can apply from the Lilia. Those are both going to be really strong, especially since the stuns definitely have decreased as the Wukong doesn't really have much. And along with the Jinx, you're going to be relying heavily on that Kennen in team fights, who is likely going to have to be dealing with the Trundle going for those splitting on the side lanes. So realistically, all you're going to have is going to be yourself in your E, and along with that, you have that karma. Besides that, though, your real root possibilities, along with just general CC, isn't too much there. So I really want to see what they can find. But as of now, I think that this Silas has to be a player you got to watch out for. YouTube is a player we saw them doing really good last game on the RA. Can they keep it up on the Silas? I think it's definitely possible. Pretty similar characters in the way that they are created. They both like to roam. They both like to play for combos. However, the charms that they were putting up last game saved them so often that I don't know if they were like super proficient on the character and other ones they don't really work too well on, or how that's going to work. But if they can't put up the same level of performance as they did on that Ari, it might be game over and Milkmen possibly go to match point here.
Yeah, but that's pretty much everything from us right now. As I will look further into this to see what's happening on the other side of our bracket. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 will be happening very soon.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love? Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last line. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? We are the lights to ignite the darkened skies.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2, where Milkman took the surprise game 1 victory. And now can they make lightning strike twice? Or will surely not live up to their standards and take game 2 to force a guaranteed game 4?
Just something we gotta note is like this team is so impressive overall. Even if they lose here, you gotta give them accolades where it's due, because going 14-1 in a season, that's 1 map loss total, and they've already done it here. They've fumbled the bag on 1 fight practically, where they went down 6 kills to 3 and just lost that lead by over 1,000 gold. It's absolutely devastating. We're gonna see them trying to make the same types of situations as we saw in game 1, with a bit of a differential from their opponents in the Milkmen, going for a bit of an interesting play, going to look to try and just poke and prod their way on through, sitting in this bot bush, moving away. Now it's just a bit of a equalized situation. Nobody's going for those heavy plays because this is that semifinal. You gotta play safe where you can. If you go for too aggressive plays, you're gonna be bit for it, and we've seen time and time again that happening.
Oh, okay. Oh, sure, you got cut off there, I think.
Oh wait, did you not hear me?
No,
Huh.
no
Well,
worries.
that's
That's,
certainly devastating. But we're gonna be going straight on into the fights, and yeah, I mean, these two teams, they're certainly looking to try and get back on in the fray. YouTube's gonna be hit by that electrocute. We're seeing the same runes as before for both mid laners, and they're just gonna be getting each other to that low HP. We've seen these skirmishes happening in every lane. We saw before that it was actually the Milkmen's able to get the solo kill on the top lane as one of the only ones in the entire game, if any other ones happened. But currently, it seems like that's not going to be the same case. As a Wild Terry, they're still keeping their plays, but maybe not for long, actually. Doing some really good job limiting the gap between them.
Yeah, big damage. They're able to proc the lightning rush and get those extra resistances as well. But Steppers is just kind of giving YouTube the business in the early game. And despite the early poke that this Quirky Nami got hit with, there should be okay.
Oh, and currently we see a Wild Terry just going for some extra poke damage. They are going to be blocked off, and they're taking the full front of this damage. However,
Flash?
oh,
Oh.
somehow the tower didn't get procced either.
That was a bit interesting, and now he's walking back in there. Is level 3, not able to get the stun off, though.
This game is definitely looking a lot better for Fozzie Bear in the beginning than what we saw in the last game. I mean, the Gnar was just so oppressive when it came to being able to limit the ability to your minions. This time, however, it's a little bit different. It's only a 4 CS deficit, and possibly
nice little bubble there.
Massive.
Flash.
Root.
It is. First blood, but now it could be Jinx getting excited here. If she's able to get it, the thumbs up is there. It has to run away, so no possible Jinx double kill there. But Chill Will falls for first blood, the 2v2. Milkman gets first, and now YouTube trying to get some decent trading back in, but could potentially fall here, as now we have a jungle battle, but there's a support here, and it's instantly stolen away.
That's so tragic for both bot laners, but that's definitely not the end of the world by any means. Both players are going to be back on in the fray, and certainly going to be favorable for the Milkmen, as they were the ones to be a little bit closer to the lane. They already have both their bot lane and support back in the action. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the Karma's already in the mid lane. Surprisingly, a 4-minute rotation. An Enchanter is a bit interesting.
Yeah, very unfortunate for them to die that early. And now it's some decent damage here on the top, but no flash available on either side here. So Trundle, who hasn't backed yet, and Terry is able to get a nice recall. Decent damage there. Doesn't break the shield on Annie, though. Does have the stun up in case YouTube does try something. Could potentially cost him his life. I think that's the way we have to look at it, though. And it's Vamp Scepter completed for... Gonna be completed for Fozzie Bear, but... He's just eating big damage out of Terry right now. Lightning Rush is used, and that may just be another stun coming up if he can hit it. And we'll be able to proc it again right there. There's the stun. Rigor Mortis is here, though. Zohair, the bowling ball does go wide, and Zohair's flash claims that one. And now Rigor Mortis does not want to burn the flash yet. Won't have to. Able to just get away from the increased movement speed of Lilia passive.
That's absurd. They were able to get so much value off of that one kill alone. And at this point, you got to expect that this team is already ripe and ready for some extra damage. Coming on into this, I'm not sure who's going to be able to win, but I know one thing for certain. This is not going to be an easy match, and we won't be able to decide who wins until it's over. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay?
I'm feeling a little bit weird today, but currently, we're just continuously looking at this. We do see the Hextech Alternator bot out. I'm a little bit interested on that Vampiric Scythe, as that could either build into like the Bork or possibly going into a Ravenous Hydra. I'm not sure whether or not they're going to go for a Bork in this situation where they don't have a lot of options to get it. Obviously, the extra health will force their opponents to start building a little bit of some Grievous Wounds, so there's always the option to go for that, and I think that's going to be more likely than obviously going for the Bork, as that's a little bit more of that second item, third item.
Yeah, we should be alright here. And now I think... Oh, nice big damage. Going right there. Terry is stuck. Oh god, Terry, get out of there! Terry! Put it in reverse! Put it in reverse, Terry! No! Terry gets minion blocked.
Oh, no.
And the 2v2 turns sour again, bot lane. Chill Will falls again. And now it's Dragon that has to be stopped. As Rigor Mortis is here now with Nami. Cloud Dragon won't be taken yet.
Currently,
And it's starting to become good heavens.
Yeah, look at that. The root is going to be able to connect. The traps are good. And they're just going to be able to get so much damage off this. Zohair is going to be going in, looking to try and get those wards. But they aren't going to really be able to collect too much space off of it. Somehow the tower doesn't get procced. Stun's going to be there. YouTube getting so much damage applied to him. They won't go down too heavily.
Oh. Good damage coming in there. And YouTube will drop the anti-ultimate of his own.
Oh, this could possibly be bad, as YouTube's going to take a bit more damage. But currently, we are going to be seeing this Drake fall down. We saw this before, where there was a lot of priority over towards the side of this bot lane from YouTube and Kinetology, along with Chill with Kills. They've all been really strong when it comes to being able to go for it, but currently they just haven't been on the same level. Surely not Syndicate. We'll see what they can find. Obviously, the Stun's going to be there on the top side, so gets them a little bit of extra space to play around. And I mean, we've seen Fozzie Bear able to kind of limit that with being able to force side steps and all of that, a little bit of a divergence in the field, but currently they're not able to get a lot of pressure down.
Yeah, Slicing Maelstrom is up though. Fozzie Bear has to be careful of not having any mana, and oh, does lose the smite fight top. So that means that it could be 3 grubs, and it will be 3 grubs going the way of Surely Not. They lose out on Feudal Warfare, but both early game objectives are theirs. So now YouTube goes in, gets some good damage off, only the stun in the response. To be able to survive a lot more here. Zohair pushing forward, seeing what he can do here. Does want to go for this tower dive. Fozzie Bear gets stunned up, but should be alright. He does have Vamp Scepter and D-Shield, and most likely Second Wind.
We just got to take a look at how much gold is actually being produced, and honestly, despite having the objectives in their favor, it's certainly seeming like the Milkmen are in such a deficit right now with 400 gold advantage.
Yeah, and now it's Good trade happening mid lane, but no mana anymore for YouTube. Can't really choose to go in here. So Hair wants to force this issue though. Will go in, instantly drop the ultimate. He doesn't even need YouTube, but YouTube comes in for the flash secure. And now Fozzie Bear won't be able to trap the Kennen this time. Does force out Slicing Maelstrom though. And that's a tower plate that goes to YouTube. Stepper's not having TP up either.
Still though, I mean, we do see this Trundle in a bit of a bad spot in the top lane. Obviously, Zohair is coming up very close. And if you go a little bit too close to the tower here, if you are Fozzie Bear, you're possibly going to be called out for it. We've seen them dying from that Zohair once before. This is the third highest rated player in the Diamond Division, so you can't be taking them lightly whatsoever. Seems as if they're setting up for this. Possibly, we'll see a Wild Terry just baiting for them to start pushing on in with this push minion wave.
Now have to see what the response play is for Milkman to see how they can get back in. Hopefully, this time it doesn't result in Terry being minion blocked against the corner and not able to run. But Fozzie Bear is just sitting there saying, I'm standing here tanking this. Does have the Hydra as well. As soon as he completes it, it's going to be really, really tough for Terry to do a lot.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to buy a lot of Grievous Wounds to be able to get out of that situation. But currently, they're just trying to get this into a bit of an equalized spot once more.
Now, what is the response here? Mertred's actually completed for Silas. That's a big thing to note. Hextech Alternator also in his inventory, so most likely going Rocket Belt. Leandri's completed for Rigor Mortis. So Triforce probably coming up soon for Zohair. Probably has it waiting at base. Ooh. Misses the abduct. So he won't be able to get that. If he hits it, it is a solo kill in the mid lane.
That would have been absurd if they were able to connect that. Unfortunately for them, it's not going to be the case. They won't be able to get that dark skill.
Terry won't hit the lightning rush in there. Here is Zohair. Will instantly pull off the Cyclone on to Moach. And Moach is gone dead to the Jinx Rocket.
That's absurd. I mean, that was a big investment for players down to this bot side. They're going to want to go for this Drake after that. It is going to be a Chemtech, so not the biggest, but it will give them that advantage going into the Soul as 2 Drakes to 0. Definitely going to be a big lead. We've seen them
Terry
throw that lead before. However, a Wild Terry going to be really rough up here.
Yeah, there's the TP instantly coming in. Double stun. And there's the Drowsy. Fozzie Bear will claim it and now has to try and run away. YouTube drops the Nami ultimate. Fozzie Bear not choosing to run away in time. Slowed is still there. Does have the sun slept soon. But no, chooses to not go for it. Dive successful for Milkman. And now Zohair gets good damage off onto this Annie. Does not have Cyclone, or I feel like he would have easily just walked back in. Dragon has spawned. It is Chemtech. So possible souls this game are Ocean, Mountain, Infernal. As now YouTube will go in again. Forces the flash. Happy to miss the abduct that time, though. I feel like he would have been in tower range.
Rough.
Hits it again, though. This time it doesn't matter! The Q explosion helps confirm that kill. And it's a solo kill mid lane for YouTube.
And look at that, up towards the top side. We do see the Trundle coming back up. Fozzie Bear is going to have that Ravenous Hydra online, along with them building a little bit of magic resistance, so they're going to be able to really put up the same level of performance as the opposing Kennen, who doesn't even have an item yet. Already those stuns going to have to be there. They need to be able to get this. And just look at that healing, dude. Oh my god, you're not going to be able to solo kill them.
Yeah, this is the type of build that just helps you in a way when you go this Trundle build. He will just straight up focus the tower. He doesn't even care about Kennen. And does get stunned up a little bit here, though. Could potentially look to keep going, but he's just going to ult the wave and be able to get good here. Tsunami ultimate has been used! And the exact same scenario that we just saw happens again 2 minutes later. History doomed to repeat itself as Fozzie Bear, this time, is not scared. Will force Terry's flash. And
yeah, a bit of an overzealous thing last time when they went for the tower and just ignored the cannon. This time, however, they will be able to pay off dividends for it, being able to get the flash out of play. And it's just going to be a bit of an equalized spot once more.
Yeah, but this time, Terry was the only person ahead on his team last game. Everyone else was just kind of tough position, but now, you have a 3-0 Jinx, 2-0 Silas. YouTube wants another kill, will not be able to hit Cole in time. Does drop the Q though, and it does miss. And now Kennen is bot as Jinx goes top. Huh. Okay,
Oh,
interesting
rocket
maneuver
belt's gonna be
here.
expended.
Yeah, no. That is an interesting movement here.
They contest this. They do. But just gonna cancel the back. Yeah. And it makes sense. You don't want to get too aggressive, especially when you don't have much utility remaining. But they're just gonna keep this Annie here. They don't want to let them leave. Nobody really too around to help. But there's the stun. Gonna be getting a lot of damage, and the electrocute rune as well. Gonna give them a bit of a consolation prize towards the end. Getting that extra damage though. YouTube coming straight on into the fray.
Yeah, able to get it right there, and Rocket Belt claims the kill. The bear is angry, but the lion does not care. As now it will be an engage right here, right then and there. Rigor Mortis gone from the rift, and that's Herald going surely not's way. This is what we had come to expect from them from their regular season.
Yeah, they really looked so good. In game one, they certainly didn't seem like a team that you would expect to be an absolute powerhouse. This time, however, definitely going to be a different story to watch out for. If Herald is there, they still are proving why they had such a high percentage of being able to claim that.
Oh, flash forward from YouTube! We didn't see that. We didn't see that. No worries. YouTube's key binding messed up, guys. No worries, it's a glitch. Now Cole taking some big damage there. Has the Valkyrie away. Jinx is ahead right here, possibly having the Infinity Edge completed right now. The answer is no, it's just a pickaxe and control ward. And all the Herald recalls have been used. Rigor Mortis will drop the ultimate right then and there onto Terry, and he is gone. And YouTube is going to go ahead and fight, see what he can do here. Does not choose to proc the Lilia ultimate, so he is going to go ahead and live with his life. But Terry, last game, getting those solo kills on Poppy, is just now suffering this game.
Currently, though, YouTube looking to make an engagement, and they will be able to do it. The sweep's actually going to keep them here, and 3 people making it so difficult to do anything, really.
Oh, well, they got him. Raid boss has been killed.
I wouldn't even call that kill. That was like an explosion. They appeared, and he didn't.
Yeah, but it was just tough.
Oh, man. I mean, that's what happens when you're going against a 4-0 Jinx, I guess.
Yeah, you don't really have a chance, honestly. To see how you can go back, though, it's good spot here for surely not.
Yeah, Steppers as well has just been on a little bit of a rough performance compared to what we've been expecting from them. Same with Yuumi Throne. Yuumi Throne, I mean, certainly they did start off a little bit slow last game, but that was just because of the composition that they were dealing with. This time, however, they've been in a rough spot. They're currently 2-1, which by no means is bad, but compared to their like 9-0 from last game, it's just a little bit lackluster compared to what we have begun to expect from them.
Yep, able to see how going forward it is for them. YouTube is going in right then and there. Wants to find the E. Valkyrie away from Corki. Means they will be safe.
I like the Nami ult collected. I think that's possibly going to be able to find a good engagement, especially if you can group them up 3 players together or something like that. If that triple knockup could be extremely volatile. We will actually be seeing the engagement possibly coming through here with the Herald down, and maybe we'll even see a teleport coming in from both top laners, or maybe they'll just go on to continue fighting. Obviously, if you are Fozzie Bear, you're going to be expecting that since you are really liking split pushing.
Yeah, nice take there from Surely Not, able to secure that mid tower and get away for their life. But now the problem is this Trundle. To see, this is why. Trundle just does not care. You have to go for the wave clear on it, but he still gets it anyway. Slicing Maelstrom has been used. Fozzie Bear will not be able to fall. Ult's too late. Hydra's too late. And he does fall with it, and that is Hextech. Soul point for surely not a taken there. No response yet from Milkman. They do lose this Trundle. Triforce coming up soon. But right now, it's all surely not. And the way Milkmen win this game is through that split push.
Currently, it's a 2k gold advantage. However, that's not the real problem. The problem is the fact that there's soul point on the cards for this side of the Syndicate. That's going to be very detrimental if you let that concede, especially that being the fact that it is going to be a Hextech Drake coming up. So that means it's a Hextech soul overall. If you lose that, players like this Kennen, like this Silas are going to get so strong later on. And even giving an extra wave clear to a Jinx who definitely doesn't need it is going to be really impactful for him.
Yeah, now it's IE done. Both ADCs having Infinity Edge. Now it's going to be, how can Lilia do here? Fozzie Bear actually telling his team, let's just go for this Otacon. What's the rush? Insta-spawned it. And I think this is all Milkmen's. This is just an unprepared, surely not. They don't think they can rush it, but Trundle run down here just to secure it. It's theirs.
Yeah, that's kind of how that works. Trundle is just so good when it comes to being able to destroy objectives. Baron, Otacon, Drake. It doesn't matter which one. If it has a lot of HP,
oh,
it will be taken down. But
wants to go ahead and procs the Rocket Belt the other way. Is able to just keep up with this Annie, though. Annie is gone. 0-4 from Steppers. Not the performance we saw game 1 from them. And it's tough.
The real problem is the fact that YouTube is able to get that kill, and it's not even the gold you collect, it's the fact that this Dark Seal is so impactful. It already has 8 stacks. Once they collect that into a Magi Soul Stealer, it could become even more detrimental, and I think that's definitely a possibility we could be approaching.
Oh, nice little slicing Maelstrom going in right then and there. Not able to get enough, though. And Terry is gone. Did surely not go too far. Lilia ultimate used by the Silas only finds 1. You do kill Lilia, but you have to run for your life. It costs Terry. TP now coming in from Annie as Trundle is just hitting bottom inhibitor tower completely by himself. Now maybe on the run. We'll go ahead and force it. Will he be able to secure it? The answer is yes before he falls. That's Trinity Force completed. Hullbreaker definitely coming up next.
I think that's okay, but it's not even that great for the Trundle, as, I mean, yeah, you're able to get the tower. However, you were expecting that tower to be collected either way, as you just kind of, you're playing Trundle, like, you're going to be able to get any tower you set your sights on. It's just nice that you're able to get it this early, as that's going to give you that Trinity Force, as you said, and along with that, you're going to just be able to cause your opponents to really become disarrayed and kind of have to worry about this bottom inhibitor, making sure that there's no back door end. But with 2 towers still there, you don't really have to worry about that. Even if you do go for like a 5v4 fight on the Baron, you're going to still be able to just kind of clean that up and have somebody back.
Yeah, and now I think the area here for them to go ahead and get their footing back is just to make sure that they don't die taking these 4v5 fights, right? Force YouTube to match the Trundle. You know, force Zohair to match the Trundle. But now, speaking of that, Zohair finds an angle in, and YouTube has also found another angle in, but he is drowsy, he is locked up, he is asleep, and he is woken, burning alive by Leandres. And YouTube drops his entire shutdown to Rigamortis Lilia.
That's
as top
tragic.
tower is gone as well. Trundle will secure that one too.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect this game to be a little bit one-sided based on how the objectives and how the kills have been played out. However, this Trundle is really just being such a playmaker. They're already looking like they're going to be able to close out this map. With this only at a 700 gold deficit, you'd really expect this to be a real fight for a Baron to close out the game, or possibly even longer before we'll see anything like that. There is still a minute until we see that Baron online, 20 seconds until a Drake is up, and if you're on the side of this Milkman, you're going to want to try and play for at least one of them. maybe you're going to want to trade Soul for the Baron, or maybe you just want to try and go for the Soul, but at that point you would be either contesting for it, or you're going to be giving up the Baron buff. So realistically, Fuzzy Bear, they don't really care. They're going to be able to secure tower either way, even without the empowered minions, but obviously getting a Baron buff is always nice in any capacity.
Yeah. And now it's just going to be, Fozzie Bear is going to fall here. The question is how many can he take with him? That's going to be Trundle Ultimate dropped right then and there. YouTube props his own Trundle Ultimate. So the size difference is coming in. And now that's a big RQ from Karma there. Can they get this wave cleared? The answer is yes. Jinx crit rocket. Make sure so they don't lose too much more for it.
We might possibly be seeing an engagement. It would be a 3v4 if they did end up going for this. However, it's not like it's going to be unwinnable. Obviously, without the Silas, it does ruin a little bit of the enhanced damage, but already we're seeing a bit of an engagement come through.
Okay, big damage right there. Has to step back. But Fozzie Bear claims top inhibitor. Terry has no way to get out. The Yordle has to run, but he barely survives. And that is top inhibitor gone of Surely Not. Is there a way in for this dragon? The answer is no. Zohair has to run top. YouTube will cut off Fozzie Bear again. This time, it will go differently as YouTube takes a lot of damage, but takes it back. And that is Hextech Soul denied for Surely Not.
Yeah, that's got to be the best way they could have played that. You got to give him props where props is due. And I'm not sure how a Wild Terry even survived that Trundle onslaught. However, they did end up doing it. Oh my gosh, the engagement's going to be there.
Oh, big right there. That's one. Rigor Mortis is still alive, so the threat of Seal is still there, but don't think you can go for it. You do have Seekers. Could look for it. Get a one-time get out of jail free card. But that is also going to be another tower gone as well. Mid lane tier 2 is taken. Canology is super low. Corki is healthy. This is the potential winning play. Trundle is up. Trundle has teleport. Zohair will go in on Rigomoris. Forces the flash. Cole in a bad spot, but trades away one. Here comes Trundle joining this fight. The question is, what do? YouTube finds him out first. Has to fight him. Has to force the flash. Baron resets. And that is not a way to fight this. Despite 7 towers. Or despite 3 towers, despite soul point, despite 10 kills, gold is less than 1k, all thanks to this Trundle.
Yeah, realistically, you gotta give them credit where credit is due. This Trundle's the reason they've been able to do most of their damage, and realistically, considering the fact that they have been able to isolate that Baron and force their opponents to get off of it, reset it twice, not once even. That's really strong from this team, and you wouldn't expect it based on how their seasonal records did go. But this is the semifinals. This is where everything does come down to it. And I think for the most part, you really could see this team win. I think for the most part, it certainly could be either team. But the Trundle with so much extra gold, already having 3 items, and the empowered boots already online, compared to their opponent laner who only has 2.5 or so, like, they're going to be a super big threat along with the Lilia. That's a lot of AP and a lot of AD at the same time, but the Baron's going to be collected by the looks of it. Engagement might possibly be there to try and counter, but who knows if they'll even be able to get the steal with the Trundle in the bot lane. That could possibly cause a bit of a differential though.
Yeah, that's already, Stepper's gone though. They're able to secure this Baron. They have to get out, have to get these resets, and they will. No contest coming in from Milkman. But Fozzie Bear is just gone. Spirit Visage is completed. I thought it would be the Hull Breaker to go for potentially more damage. The answer is no. Dragon in 2 minutes.
The 2 players that deal the most damage on this team both are AP characters. So, like, besides that Jinx, who, yeah, they're going to be able to run damage on you. However, they're mostly building that critical damage instead of armor pen. So, realistically, without Lord Dominic's, I won't be expecting them dealing a whole ton of damage. However, we do see them building Grievous Wounds. That's going to be really big in terms of being able to at least do a little bit of damage to the Trundle, force them to play a little bit safer than what they have just kind of been doing, which maybe it's a little bit of overzealousness, but at least from the way I'm seeing it, with the Karma and Jinx doing that, that's going to be stopped in their tracks very soon.
Yeah, it's out to see a way for them back in for Milkman. You have to make sure that this Trundle can end the game for you. But the answer is going to be a bit crazy, as that is just going to be YouTube and Kinology in the backside of the fight. Zohair has the Trundle on him, does fall. Cole on reset. This is surely not moment. They are pushing the Nexus Towers. They are pushing the second. The Nexus is open. Ladies and gentlemen, Game 4 is confirmed. Surely not. In dominating fashion, take Game 2.
See, I don't even know what happened on that one. That was absurd. They made the craziest counterattack of their lives. And I was honestly thinking that this was going to be a 2-0 fashion, going up 2 match series points. But I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Like, I don't know if we see the gold differential. Like Fozzie Bear, 14k gold. That's more than everyone on the team and more than anybody on the opposing team. However, like the rest of the team didn't really have nearly as much. We see everyone else on that disadvantage, excluding the Lilia and Wukong, who are about equal, but even then there was still a little bit of a gap. But yeah, gotta give credit to Fozzie Bear doing a lot of work that game.
Yeah, Fozzie Bear did a lot there. Helped to make sure that there was a lot of pressure just constantly there to see what he can do. And now, if you are Milkman, that was a potential game that you had in the bag. Just had to not take these fights. Realistically, let this Trundle constantly split the map there. Had to send multiple for him. That's when you can start to take these fights. Just chose to stay back consistently. And now it's just going to be a tough time for them. Going to game 3, of course. We are into the Fearless. Pool's starting to get pinched heavy. Right now, YouTube Silas is gone. Right, we don't have Annie anymore. Syndra Ari Staples gone as well. Victor is still up. You have to start looking at these second tier options, right? Vigar is still an option. Hui, something very popular. A lot of teams like. Still available, but good series end there. Both teams ending on a win. Pretty much game 1, Milkman thought that they could go for it, chose to go for it. Surely Not Syndicate said, guys, we have Baron, why not us? Zohair distracted them long enough to help secure that game there. And I think it's just a good performance. Terry, unfortunately, you had to be in that matchup, buddy. You did have to watch all of your towers break in front of your face. There was no chance of that cannon able to even fight back at any point. But in the end, it doesn't matter, as Shirley's Not takes the Nexus, so they win the game, and that's all that matters.
It's really absurd how that game did play out, especially when it comes down to the fact that they kept up the pressure. We saw Yuumi throw, a player who was so good last game, still putting up a decent performance, going 3-2 with 4 assists, 20,000 damage, even more than the Trundle, who was that carry player. So you really got to give him some sort of applause. But unfortunately, that is going to do it. We're going to go to a short little break here. We'll be back with game number 3. Who will move up to series point and make it to that grand finals in just a little bit? Make sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 3. Surely Not took it game number 2, able to get that win. Guarantees a game number 4 no matter what tonight. So, extra innings for us tonight here, Cherry. As it usually is, me and Ro usually are accustomed to our game number 5s. Hopefully, you're ready for that.
Seems as if a game number 5 is inevitable because of how back and forth this series has gone so far. It's a big game ahead of us, though. This one will conclude who is going up to that series point, making their way up to the grand finals. Big game, and seems like these teams have realized that because they're going with the same bands. Different sides, though. This time we'll see the Milkmen swapping over to the red side, along with the Syndicate taking blue. A little bit of an advantage giving over to them, and a Zoe ban. Bit of a differential between what we saw in game number 1, game number 2, and now coming into game number 3. Seems like they're a bit afraid.
Yep. So a Nico ban, a Twitch ban, and now a Zoe ban. So gonna be real interesting there. Another fun thing to note, of course, is we did have a swap. It is Cole mid lane. Woo! Cole mid lane, famous for going in on the court round of 12 matchup as well, when swapping with steppers along the way. Now it will be Cole versus YouTube mid lane, which should be interesting to see how they handle that.
I like the Hui. I think the Hui is a really strong pick here. And just that extra damage output you're going to get. We saw the Syndicate having that mid lane pressure each and every game, with YouTube being a super strong presence, something very hard to get rid of. Seeing them swapping over to a less assassin champ and more just a mage in general, I'm not sure how much I'm going to see value out of this because of how good their Ari and their Silas was at just being able to get in and get out relatively simply. But you cannot count them out. This is a player that constantly has been proving themselves. We saw the Smolder banned in the previous match. This time it's going to get picked out. So let's see what they can find here. The Volley Bear as well is going to be found. Either the jungle or the top most likely can be picked up. And, I was kind of expecting this, but okay. Huh. That's a
Oh,
fun pick.
all right. Yon Sedge Hui for Surely Not into Smolder Volley Bear.
So are we just saying like Hui ADC and then Yone mid, or do we think that Hui's going to be like mid and then we see Yone top? How you think this is going to go down?
Uh, it's knowing Terry, it's Yon top. So
That would be fun. I'd like that, and especially into the volley bear. I think that could work relatively well, just due to the amount that you can kind of get in, get out, and kind of dodge against some of that volley bear activity. So I'd like to see this find a little bit of value. We will see the Zillion come out, so that's a fun one. And Cledban, that's fun.
hmm.
I guess. I mean, I could see two of these characters getting picked in the mid lane. I mean, Zillion's not a horrible mid laner. Smolder as well. We used to see people like Quad on it back in 2024 a lot. So I'm not against like either of those being picked in the mid lane, even though they are likely seen in the bot side. But we'll wait and see what they are going to end up opting in for.
Yeah, I think. Sorry about that. Someone is asking me about the situation on the Akuma side.
Oh, what ended up happening? Oh, yes, I remember what ended up happening there. But to diverge away from that whole topic, because who knows if that's privileged information, we will see the Gragas banned out. So expecting this to possibly be an idea to pinch out those top and jungling options and just get rid of the AP in general. Rise is going to be seen to be locked. So if that does match up against the Yone in the top side, you kind of have to wonder how the tankiness is going to be seen. Obviously, both junglers would then be seen as kind of those tanks, but I'm not sure how that's going to work in terms of the top laners, as both of them are really going to have to scrap it out.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm here mentally again. Milkman, Rise Top, probably the answer that we will see as down, do this. Okay. Chillwell Bard. Big time player, plays big time champions at big time moments. Chillwell has famously never lost a game 5. And I think he wants to test that theory again right here by locking in Bard with this comp. No worries, Chillwell. No worries.
I just think this is fun, and oh my
It's
god.
Hui APC. Okay.
I mean, you'd kind of imagine that as like the Hui's a decent one in the bot lane. Mid, they're good, but like, I don't know how I feel about this comp. I'm gonna be honest. I think it could work, but I'm definitely gonna have to see a little bit more than just the characters. On the other side, it's a little bit more traditional. We're gonna be likely seeing this as either Darius jungle volley top or Darius top volley jungle, and then obviously just gonna be the mid seeing the rise, the bot lane going to just have that Zillion and that Smolder locking it down. So a little bit more scaling on this red side, most likely going to be able to play for that long-term games. Meanwhile, on the blue side, I don't want to say they're going to want to win early, as they also have a bit of scaling and just the mobility you get to, whether it's the magic journey, whether or not it's the 10 being able to ult and move across the map freely. But I think that generally they're going to have a good time playing around some of these more mobile characters.
I think the Darius pick is something I like because I like playing that champion. Unfortunately, Darius, I'm blinded by it because I say, oh, me Darius, me Rage, me Dunk. Unfortunately, Darius gets heavily spaced out by Bard, does beat Yone, but can't really do a lot into the later stages here, especially against the Hui. And Shen ulti to also guarantee save somebody from a dunk. So it will be tough for them. As now you found out what's volatile on Milkman is this top side, right? I mean, Shen is no slouch in lane either anymore. The buffs coming through, just now getting changed due to community outreach and saying that. But yeah, it's gonna be tough for Milkman if Darius doesn't get ahead again like he was able to last game, getting all those towers and everything. Could potentially win the 2v2 though with Shen Sejuani against Volibear if Shen is able to W properly, right? Stop the Volibear stun from coming through and make sure that you can CC engage onto somebody. Otherwise, it will just be a run over.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I think that realistically, this Bard Hui is going to be able to find a lot of value, especially as we've seen this bot lane able to get that value before. On the other side, Milkmen. I think this could also be really good. I think both teams are going to want to play for that bot side. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit concerned on the Yone since it does have a little bit less roaming potential as something like that Silas, like that Ari, which really does just gain dividends from going to other lanes. You get so many options when doing so. So I am really concerned on that regard. However, I think both teams are really going to have a good chance in this game. And I think whoever's going to come out on the bot lane is likely to be able to come out on. We've seen it in game 1 where it was Yumi to take so many kills, not dying till the very end of the game, literally last 5 seconds. And then game number 2 is a similar situation for the other side. They were the team to be able to get that extra advantage. But I don't know. You got any final thoughts before we head to break?
No, I think that's pretty much everything we do have to say. Don't go anywhere. Game number 3 is starting up real soon. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to game number 3. Had a quick little pause, so sorry for the delay, of course. But we're back for cinema. Are you ready, Cherry?
Well, let me tell you, Gore Snacks. We just got out of the pond. There's a lot of bread to be eaten. A lot of food to be seen. I'm not sure if that can be heard on stream, but if so, that's hilarious. Anyway,
Oh, it can.
that is
We've had multiple people come on. Improvise. Joby. All of XG come in and play Taco Bell dong noise.
Oh, apparently it can't be heard. That's tragic. Oh, that's so sad.
Guys, please quack in the chat if you are a
Quack
true
in the
duck.
chat. Yes, yes. If you are one of the duck armies, you know, blue otter, more like blue duck. Anyways, this is a fun game. I'm
Holy
liking this a
fire
lot.
emoji. That was a good one right there.
Oh, snap. So how do we feel about YouTube on the Yone in the middle? Because, like, I feel like this is cool, but, like, I don't know. Because, like, now it kind of leaves a Wild Terry to play a little bit more passively, and they can't kind of get destroyed and just kind of expect YouTube to, like, come in, swipe away the kills, because that was kind of what they were really good at least in map 1. They were extremely proficient when it came to just being able to roam, and even in map 2, they did a similar situation with the rocket belt. However, on a character like Yone, now that you're on an AD mid laner, you get a little bit less proactivity. You won't be able to pick up the Dark Seal, so it's a little bit less snowball activity as well. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I don't know if you have any, like, specific feelings. I mean, correct me if I'm being a complete idiot here. However, that's just what I'm...
Nope. I agree with everything you say, no matter what.
Well, what if I just say quack?
Quack, 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 quack.
Quack, 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 quack. Yeah, exactly. I
Quack,
wouldn't agree
quack,
with that.
quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack, rise. Quack, quack, quack. Quack, 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 Darius. Quack, quack, quack.
Sung Jin Woo, arise.
Alright, looking at this game though, Smolder should have a okay-ish time. Does have a lot of pressure in this bot lane just from the Bard early pressure and way. They do play aggressive, as that is the $200 chroma right there. Terry, W's correctly there, able to dodge a lot of the spare damage and will be able to get away with it. Decent trade overall, but still oh, wait a second, Rigor Mortis went for the invade, and now here's YouTube running for it. We'll be able to spot it. YouTube actually goes over, and now this is going to be Shen joining this fight super late as well. And this is Bard coming here out of everyone. And Chill Will goes ahead and forces a slash. The taunt, though, onto 2. Fozzie Bear flashes forward. First blood goes to Rise. Fozzie Bear has to run. That's going to be a flash forward again for Rigor Mortis. That is going to be 2 kills going here. Sohair has to run, but it's a triple kill for Cole mid lane. The Rise gets 3. Milkman claim feat of warfare at 330.
So, I don't want to be that guy, but I think if I'm YouTube, I'm going to be so pissed at how that turned out, because explain to me how this Arise gets a triple kill at 3 minutes into the game, and the opposing laner isn't any of them. That's tragic. That's absolutely tragic.
Yeah.
The Magical Journey is going to be here once more. We saw them drop the Magical Journey before just to be in the midst of 3 players. So certainly something that, I mean, if I was them, I would be a lot more careful to use. But seems like they realized that this is just okie dokie in all regards. And now they're going to be coming up and possibly in a pretty good spot. Obviously with both bot laners in a pretty rough scenario. Until you're level 6. You have to play a little bit more carefully, but once you hit that, I think if you're this Smolder, you're going to be able to run down buddy and get that get out of jail.
Ozzy, Terry does not want to use the taunt yet. We'll be spotted him the entire time. Here's Rigor Mortis. 1 CC has been used. Another CC has been used. Taunt to drag them both away, but it's going to not be enough. Fozzie Bear dies to the minions. And now Rigor Mortis has lethal tempo fully stacked up. They can look for this. Shield has been dropped. Just have to wait out the 5 seconds for it. So Hair does not have flash. Will drop the Q slow. The flash of Terry is not enough, but it will be with the strike in the back. The ninja claims the kill on the Freljord demigod.
That's absurd. That's really tragic. And honestly, I don't know. That was ridiculously good. That was an overinvestment to pull up the volley bear up towards the top lane, and it really showed based on how that was played. You just conceded 2 kills over to this top and jungle. I mean, now not only is the kill deficit back in the favor of this blue side, who recently was able to take map 2, so this is already hurting the fact that you were up 1-0 in a best of 5 against a team that was such higher place than you in standings. Like, that should not have happened, and you were able to bring it back. I'm sure the mental is already starting to boom, and despite that, there's still the advantage of now they have this like 200 gold lead on us, and it's about to actually kind of be equalized as the Drake is going to go down. That is definitely nice that there is a bit of an advantage. However, it's looking rough. That's all there is really to it.
Yeah, and talking now, the series has ended between XG and Akuma. And that is it. Very, very disappointing ending for the Blade season, of course. The comp ruling taking full effect there. And now we can just focus on this. This is the only BOL Diamond League of Legends left for the night. Of course, you know, cold mid with that great triple kill on the top play right there. If you are just joining us, welcome. And now YouTube inventory looks a little sad. Not gonna lie, recurve bow and a dagger to almost a Roa at 7 minutes.
Yeah, I like the Rod of Ages build that's coming out because you're going to be able to get that stack up ridiculously fast at like 20 minutes, maybe even sooner. Sun's going to be there at this point. This Smolder's in a rough spot. They won't have that resurrection available to them just yet, so they do have to still be a little bit more careful regarding how they do attempt this. But I think this might be a hot take, but realistically speaking, I think you kind of have to imagine that the Milkmen are going to be able to go 2-1 in this series. They're playing a scale-based composition with this Smolder, and they haven't faltered at all. They're still in a good spot, and the team is as well. They already are up a Drake. Like, this is looking so good for them.
Oh, anything can happen. We said that for surely not the first game. So, yeah. Another
tankiness.
Yeah. And that's Grub started, so that would be both early game objectives completed for Milkmen. So one more objective gives them feats. As there's just no contest, really.
Yeah, it
Sejuani
seems
with
like they want to
Bard.
set up for Drake for some reason. Not sure why. I mean, I guess they could try and call it the Smolder. Which
Oh, they want the Smolder kill. That's going to be the magical journey missing a little bit. The Stein isn't there. If it was, that was a CC law. Cleanse had to be used from that Smolder. I still think he falls. As Cole will just walk up now and hit YouTube. YouTube has to be careful here. Does take a lot of damage there, and that's going to be the nice QW from Hui missing. YouTube walking in again is going to get flashed on. Plays with fire and gets fully burnt. And now Cole walks into the Sejuani. Does not want to proc the ultimate to try and escape. Doesn't matter. Shutdown goes to Zohair. But it's a 4-in-1 Sejuani versus a 4-in-1 Rise, who already has Roa at 9 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, we did mention this earlier briefly, but the bot lane and the mid did switch for the Milkmen. So, I mean, it does show in how this has been playing out. Like, we did not see the opposing mid laner on the side of Milkmen be able to find 4 kills within this small time bank. I mean, nobody's been able to do that this series. And obviously, that did kind of come off the first little bit of this game where they were able to find that early skirmish. But, oh my god, this is rough. And honestly, we might be seeing this.
Oh,
he's
able to get away, but there's the ultimate drop. Mom has been called. The bomb is there. Can the heal be enough? The Shen ulti also used.
That's smart. I think that made a lot of sense to make sure they stayed alive. I don't know if the bomb would have killed them necessarily, as there's not a lot of damage put on the Zillion just yet. However, it is definitely worth it to be able to put out as much shielding as possible if there is that even
Oh, taunt
approach
under
being
the
done.
tower. And he can't get him away, but this wave actually chooses to not go for the proxy. Realize he could die there, but Rigor Mortis is here to support him.
Yeah,
A
Rigor
bit
Mortis going for the invade gonna be really good.
Yeah, a bit shocking. He actually chooses to not go for that proxy. You do have Rig there to help support you. Your mid laner, there's no one who can really move to help support you as well. Both supports walk mid just to help their mid laner respectively. But this is just some big damage. Even with Cold technically missing some combos as well. It's kind of tough.
Ooh,
Now
and
it's
there's the
big damage.
engagement.
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, that's just like a
You
drive
can't.
by on mid lane.
There's no hype cast for that. That man was just executed.
Yeah, I mean, imagine just being absolutely surrounded by 4 people. Your turret goes offline. What do you even do? In YouTube, they clearly didn't have a plan of their own. They are going to be building up a Bork, so that does make sense. They're going to want to shut down this Volibear, who is getting a little bit tanky. I'm a little bit surprised at the fact we really seen that Ares doing the same. I think that would make a lot of sense for them, as there's a lot of players going for some tankier items. We see the Titanic Hydra starting to be built out, I believe. And on the opposite side, it's like the gold lead is starting to come up, and it is turned around. We saw the feats of warfare taken for the Syndicate, I believe. So for the fact that they are now down gold only like 9 minutes later, it is definitely surprising. And yeah, we won't see any junglers up here. So this is a 1v1.
Ghost has been popped. Taunt already used. Flash already countered. That is divine judgment dunk. But it means Terry is able to live. Not having enough there yet. Chemtech Dragon will be taken, and it is going to be Mountain Soul this game.
There's definitely possibilities for Fuzzy Bear to get the kill. They're trying to poke and prod, running the stuns, running the ability to try and get something, but oh, they take the axe swing this early. I would have been more assuming that they would have saved it and get that final finishing blow, but instead, they're just going to clear the wave back up by the looks of it. Never mind, they're sticking around to deal with the Shen, making sure they don't get space.
No, he did that for the tower plating. That was about to collapse.
Oh, that's
Unfortunately, it
also
may
true,
cost his life, though. Bard is
Yeah.
here. He's
We
spotted.
can pull some gold, and that would be really good, because then the opportunity to bring everyone up, but doesn't seem like they're going to engage on that.
Okay. That is going to be... What else can be done here, pretty much?
I mean, you get a lot of options. You could possibly try and just play for that Drake once more. Obviously, with 4 minutes, both teams are going to want it. It is going to be a Mountain Soul. So I'd imagine that's going to give a bit of an advantage over to the red side, as they want to get as much support towards that Smolder as possible, seeing as they are just a little bit too light right now.
Yeah, and that's going to be a lot of damage right there used, but the Zillion ulti was there to make sure Cole won't die, but that's a big Bard stun. Forces the flash, and he will get Bard ulted as well, but YouTube is not in a position here to really help facilitate any more of that. Smolder also mid lane as well. It's a party.
How that scuffle didn't result in any real deaths is actually beyond me. Obviously, we did see the resurrection be forced out. However, in the top side, it is going to be this this advantage coming in once more. We saw it before when this top laner was on the Trundle.
Oh, nice stun there. Oh, okay. No follow-up there from Hui. He would have been 100% dead. YouTube, it's the knockup, but that's all he'll hit, pretty much. Titanic Hydra completed.
Oh, possibly going to be able to get something here. Not sure if this Bard's going to be able to get... Yeah, they won't get anything on the Smolder. However, the Hui's coming up as well. They possibly are going to be able to keep Rigor Mortis here for a little bit. Not totally sure whether or not they are going to try and contest that. The answer is going to be no. They're just allowing that back. And oh my god, Zohair using that YouTube hand in hand, finding the kill. The gold lead is still not even in their favor, though. That's how good the Milkmen have been playing.
Yeah. Another thing as well is that it's starting to get into this point where it's going to be start getting trouble for Smolder if they can survive or not. You know, at certain points, you have to wonder if they can even get some decent damage down. As, yep. I immediately looked away, my cat had jumped up on something, and I turned back, and there's a dead dragon on my screen. And that is also first tower completed for Surely Not as well. Of course, Feet's still undecided, but it is 2 objectives to 1. Or sorry, 2 objectives to 2 actually, as they did also get Rift Herald. So, wait a second, who do you want to get Feats here, Cherry?
Hasn't Feats already been taken?
No, it's objective Feats left.
Oh, well, I'd imagine, I'd imagine Milkmen want them more, just because of the fact that they want to play for that scaling, but at the same time, like, I think it's more realistic that we will be seeing the Syndicate taking him, just because of the fact that their Sejuani has been so impactful this game when it comes to being able to kind of just facilitate the game's damage, and just the scrimmages in general have been all based off of them for the most part. They have 6 out of the 7 kill participation. Like, they are a player you gotta watch for in every regard. However, they haven't been too engaging in the objectives, obviously, as both the Grubs and the first Drake didn't really have any contention from them. They were just more so going for fights in different lanes. Side lanes were kind of prioritized over those objectives, which, I mean, it is a way to play the game. I think for the most part, you shouldn't play like that, just due to the fact that both these teams don't really matter about gold. It's more so the objectives that have been really impactful, because it allows them to be able to kind of just determine how they're going to approach these games.
No worries about that, as now we have a nice little trade happening in the bot lane. Aussie Bear only able to get 1 auto off. Mountain Dragon is objective Feats. It will go to whoever gets it. It means that they get the empowered boots. Already at 6k. 5k right now. Wei is here as well. This is a 5v4. Shen holding on to the teleport. Not choosing to go yet. 2k, 1k, here we go. They hit it onto Rick Torres, and that's going to be the Shen ultimate immediately on top of him. Shen Ton finds 3, and that's a big boom. Fozzie Bear trying his hardest in the back line, getting as much damage on the Kinology as he can, but here is YouTube, here is Surely Not, and it's a full wipe of them. Cole, the only surviving member. The board helps secure the dragon. The stuns are there. Sejuani unkillable. And mid lane tower is the prize as well.
That's tragic. I mean, imagine being so close to being able to connect the steal. 1100 HP on the Drake, and then the bard just hits you. Oh my god, that's so unfortunate. Oh my. And then after that, the mom wasn't able to really bring in too much damage output, and just led them to being kind of just overwhelmed. That's unfortunate. That really is such a sad game to be seeing. The magical journey is going to be coming out, and they will be able to get away. So the bard, not in too much of a bad spot. Obviously, this last remaining player who was able to survive, they are on 2 items currently, so you really don't want to contest them if you are anybody on this this side of the Syndicate. But we'll see what does come of this. A 3k gold deficit practically. Like, this is really not looking good, especially when it comes to their mid, jungle, and top, who are both pretty strong. Obviously, on the opposite side, the opposing mid laner is a little bit stronger in that regard. However, they don't have a dark seal, so they are just going to be going for like that extra gold. They don't really have that extra snowballing capacity that you would see in some other gold efficient items.
Yeah. Now a big way for them to go ahead and get back into this game is find a fight where Cole's able to drop a lot. this is going to be the moment that Cole needs to have in order for them to happen. But another thing as well to talk about is Mr. Daddy Dairy himself kind of having a struggling game with the same impact as a Bard. But of course, you are Cillian, so your impact is pretty much getting those double bomb stuns and or looking for those ultimates to save. Terry does miss the taunt here. Does have a tower to walk back to, and that's, speaking of tower to walk back to, there is no tower here, and YouTube is going in. Instantly will get that drop though, but he will fall for it. I think that was the wrong person to ult if you are Chill Will. He does die because of it, and YouTube falls in the sideline pressure.
Currently.
Big damage mid, but Chill Will's here this time to help save his way.
See how this does commence. Obviously, with the gold lead certainly being there, you're not going to want to fight this, but it's only 1,000. Definitely winnable if you can get some good ults off. The problem, there's not a whole lot of opportunities for that besides the mom. Most of them are a little bit more utility based or play around different objectives like towers, or in the Zillion's case, just low HP teammates. However, if that's seen, then there's a good chance that you can kind of call to the rest of the team like, okay, we're not going to fight this person. We're going to let them live for a little bit. Go find somebody else once that Zillion ult is online. But currently, it seems as if both teams are going to want to start gathering around Drake. There's only a minute and a half till that is going to be the case. Lots of backs up towards the top side. And, I mean, possibly contention for mid. That would definitely be an interesting place to fight, but...
Can we get a quick check on the smolder stacks, please? It is 150 at 22 minutes. Seems a little bit low, as there's the Rise ultimate. Okay, well, Cole will get some good damage onto Chill Will. We'll be able to not be able to find that kill, though. Would kill there with Rabadons. That would have resulted in a kill, but Cole just going in. Chill Will choosing to not Bard ult it and stop that play from happening. And now the play is topside. Otacon could be the move. Looks like they're going for it. YouTube is bought 9k on the Otacon, 7k dropping fast. This is the moment for them. That's going to be 4k, 3k, 2k. That's going to be the Bard ultimate. Will come out in time, and Rigor Mortis will secure it. And that's going to be a dead Darius, who is going to keep going forward despite getting revived, and Rigor Mortis gets baited to go with him, and that's going to be 2 kills. That's going to be 3 kills for Surely Not, and here comes the rest of them. Terry is here, Sohair flashes forward, trying to get more, gets the Permafrost kill, and that's going to be Steppers running, but Steppers, my friend, you stepped too far. 5-0 clean sweep on the Rift for Surely Not.
I think for the most part, that just didn't seem like they learned their lesson from previous engagements. I mean, I don't know why they would play for the Otacon. I mean, obviously there's the possibility you can do it, but when both of your tanks are kind of in a bad spot, if you get seen by the opponents, they're going to be able to run over you after you. Obviously, yes, the side of the Milkmen were able to find the objective, were able to collect the Otacon. However, it just didn't matter. And now, despite being able to get it, they're going to lose their lives, they're going to lose their gold, and now they're losing a Drake as well. So this is giving Soul Point over to the Syndicate side, and I mean, this is just looking like it's game over.
Yeah, just crazy to think about how this game started. You know, Cole getting that triple kill, you know, doing a lot there, as much as they could. And it's crazy to think about it, honestly. How much closer that was. But, I mean, Rigor Mortis, you know, you got your Darius reviving. You can run up on the fight. You don't have to die going for this way. As Cole will drop the ultimate despite not being threatened. Now Chill Will in a decently bad spot. That's going to be Sejuani ultimate has missed. So no Zohair ultimate for the next couple minutes, and now Steppers. Good night. Good night.
Yeah, that's rough. The Bob is going, or not the Bob, the mom is going to be able to collect a little bit of damage, but unfortunately, that's not going to be enough to force anybody to back or do anything like that. We see the Rabadon's death cap also bought up for Yumi Throne. Currently, though, it's going to be the Baron fought against.
Yeah,
There's
that's
the
just...
Volibear possibly coming in, but realistically...
No, he can't really walk in. There's no angle for him. Zohair, you know, if he was, you know, 0-1-6, you know, I would say, man, you know, like, Volibear can easily catch back up, but he's 8-1-6 on the Sejuani. Same item, same tempo as Volibear, despite the CS lead that usually comes with playing Sejuani. And now 2 items completed for YouTube. Able to slowly get away from that one. And the Baron recalls are true. They will be able to get away. Not much else can really come from this as they try to steal some jungle, get some gold back in a quick injection. It is 6k. Joe Will. Wolf? Rigor Mortis? Rigor Mortis is going to go in and that there. That's big damage onto Cole, who walks into the Sejuani May ultimate. Has to pop the... Oh, he's dead. Rigor Mortis is dead. He will be able to fall there. The Bard ultimate finds onto Smolder. He's slowed, stunned up. And before he can even react, Yod is in his face, sealing his fate.
I mean, that's absolutely absurd. This is a crazy game. The fact of the matter is there is no reason YouTube should have been able to get this ahead, yet they did. We saw their opponent laner in that Yumi Throne being 4-0 at one point this game, and now they have allowed this Yone to come back, gain a CS lead, gain a bounty. And at this point, it's seeming like this is game over. 6k gold lead. There's 4 bounties on the side of the Syndicate. They've constantly just been pushing through, and realistically, you have to rely on this for everything. I was kind of expecting the Smolder to kind of just be able to slowly gain momentum due to the fact that they can play a little bit aggressive with their stacks, being able to just kind of poke and prod them onto their opponents, as the Zillion does give them the ability to get that get out of jail free card. However, that hasn't been the case whatsoever. They're still 0-5 with 2 assists. This is actually tragic. I think for this, at a certain point, they gotta figure out a new way to approach this game, because if they keep doing the same thing they've been doing, their opponent in that way is just going to be able to utilize this Blackfire Torch to its fullest. They've officially gotten onto 3 items now. Seems like they want a death cap as well. It's definitely seeming like this is going to be a ridiculously high mountain to cross over if they want to be able to find any type of way.
Oh, Ozzy. Mine's Terry, but it's not as scary as you think. Darius taking a lot of damage there. I think Terry should have fought that, unironically. So here, TPing right behind here. This is a trap right there that will find on to Daddy Dairy, ults himself. And now here's Cole. They will back up though, so no Zillion ulti as it used on someone important. And that's going to be Steppers getting big damage in. Zohair is starting to take a lot more here. YouTube going in, has the Shed ultimate coming in. But on the other side, Chill Will is not long for the world. There's the dunk. Bozzy Bear ghosting, running forward to see what else he can get. And the answer is nothing. Right now, it's a trade for support for mid laner.
That is actually just absurd. At this point, I mean, the Drake's going to be coming up in 20 seconds. You're on soul point. You're set up for the soul possibly. Obviously, there is a bit of a detriment with one of your players being dead. However, Yumi Throne dead as well. You could probably just force this fight and find everything.
Oh, big fight here coming in right now. That's going to be a lot of damage dropped, and Rigor Mortis is not long for this world. Those 99% slow coming in, but Steppers flashes, still getting hit. He will die to the burn, and that is soul for surely not.
Yeah, you don't have your jungler, you don't have your bot laner, you're in a 3v5 against 5 alive players who have all taken so much space. We see the Shen in the jungle, we see YouTube in the other side of the jungle. Both players are looking to possibly just hold them out, and that's going to be the case. And now on the opposite side, this Shen, they're moving out of the jungle and going over towards the bot side. There is going to be a bit of a matching with 2 players coming over, but now you have to deal with the Bard here. And obviously the Bard's not going to be able to find a lot of kills. They're not going to be able to get a lot of damage inputted onto you. But they have that utility to just kind of allow you to find your way out, even if you don't need it. It's a possibility. The bot lane is getting
has been dropped. But I don't think it hit anybody important, as now there will be a nice little pull onto YouTube. The dunk is there. Well, the question is, does he die to burn? There's Mom called. The answer is Yone is alive. But they have to run. But this is the way that surely not Syndicate can win a fight like this unless Will just lets himself get hooked there. And now Rigor Mortis is going in, doing as much damage as he can. Zillion Ultimate has been dropped. Do you leave Rigor Mortis to die? The answer is it doesn't matter. He falls no matter what. Smolder just now hitting 225 stacks 30 minutes into this game. How behind he has been a detriment to Milkmen so far. But now the question is, what's the next play for Surely Not? Baron in 40.
Yeah, surely not Syndicate. You're probably going to want to just go fight for the Baron. I mean, you have that Bard coming online in a couple seconds. On the opposite side, it's going to be 20 until the Volibear is approaching. So realistically, they're not going to be even able to get into the Baron put until 30 seconds. So you could try and set up there if you are on that Milkman squad. However, surely not Syndicate. They're going to be a bit faster to the punch, realistically, and it does seem like that's going to be the case. They're going in, they're going to try and contest for this, and even if they lose, it's not the end of the world, as they do have that soul, so they can just fight for the Elder in a little bit.
Yeah, and now the way back in is kind of tough for Milkman. How you get back in is Zeus appears and lightning strikes all of Syndicate species. I feel like that's the only way back in. A Spicy Bear in a tough spot, but I know how that is as the Darius just getting fully chunked. Does have Force of Nature and Sterix to make sure that he can survive that. And now that's Baron started, but you can't back. Hwei just going for space, dominating as much as he can. YouTube goes over in the journey, but won't find anything at the end of that tunnel. Wards dropped
Towards mid.
just to see what they can get here. There's no mid wave to push in. They won't even try it. They sit there and recall. Darius heads top. Baron for surely not.
And the Shen is actually on the bot side. They are going to start being surrounded. However, that's not going to matter too much, as it's going to be a lot of players from the side of Surely Not Syndicate going in towards the mid. YouTube, they were in their E, so they are going to be pulled back, but that allows them to start pushing up the top wave. This gives you 3 pushed up waves. This is going to be ridiculously difficult. I don't think they can win off of this. However, it definitely is going to be a big detriment to be able to stop it. And I think you're going to have to pull out all the stops.
Yep. Now another thing as well is to see how you can react. So here, walking in confidently, not afraid at all. We'll get the Warmucks coming soon, but that is the first inhibitor gone. The second one is under threat right now if they choose to rotate bot. Use the power of Shen pushing in this wave. See if they can catch Cole here. That's going to be Darius Hook going a bit wide. But how can you play this if you are Milkman? Your comp is just falling apart right in front of your eyes. As now the second inhibitor will fall. And that's going to be top, mid, gone. Do you just go bot here? Get the guaranteed triple inhib. As it will be a fight top happening right here. Zohair has had enough of Fozzie Bear on his screen. And Fozzie Bear has to burn the ghost and runs away. And that's going to be big damage from Cole on the other side onto YouTube. But so far, it's alright. Oh, Cole has his Seraphs procced. Now he can no longer walk up. The flash of Darius, out of all people, comes in onto YouTube, and YouTube will go ahead and get his zone in. Will he be able to save his teammate? The answer is yes, as now he's able to flash away. Keep surviving. Shield Bro Brock, Terry is in a lot of trouble here. Will he potentially fall? The answer is yes. Smolder claims it off the burn. Here comes Cole. Again, will not be able to fight it. Flash is over, and that's going to be the stun. Fear going through. Kenology will live. Bot lane inhibitor survives. No one else falls except for Terry.
It's a 1-for-1 trade. I think it definitely worked very well for the not Syndicate, but for the most part, I mean, I'm surprised they didn't finish there. It's going to look a little bit desperate now, because as soon as this Elder spawns, you're kind of contesting for it, and realistically, if you can win that on the side of the Milkmen, that could possibly just give them the game. At least equalize it for sure. I don't love it. I think that realistically, you want to just have your Shen doing Shen things once more, put them topside. Already, there's 2 inhibs down, so realistically, if your waves are just up, there's a good chance you'll be able to finish if you are in a 4v5 on the bot side. Obviously, we've seen time and time again that this way, that the Sejuani, that Tube on the Yoni as well have been able to contest very well for objectives, and have just kind of been able to stall. So if you can force like 1, maybe even 2 to back to force them to really just kind of reevaluate their position, that could be really detrimental. However, right now, nobody's even contesting this Elder.
Yeah. I mean, that's just not a feasible way for Milkman to find a way in. Now going in, walking in, getting some decent damage there. Fozzie on the other side is slowly getting lower and lower. Will get locked up again. This time he will fall, not having a chance. Bard does fall. Kinology eating a lot of damage here for Rigor Mortis. That's going to be good damage onto him, but that's going to be Smolder running for his life. Daddy Dairy does fall. Will be able to ult himself back in, and that's going to be a good stun onto Rigor Mortis. This is going to be YouTube's fight. How they find a way in. The flash is there. Steppers is gone. YouTube does a lot of this fight. The crits come through, and that will be potential cinema. TP comes in from YouTube. Daddy Dairy, the only survivor, and that will potentially be game number 3 in this series. Daddy Dairy on the run. YouTube will cleanse the slow, but it doesn't matter. Surely not. In their moment of doubt, seek triumph from the jaws of defeat.
37 minutes and 6 seconds, and a game number 3 concluded. The number 1 seed coming into the playoffs, a 7-0 series, finally taking the comeback after losing map 1. They finally brought themselves back into the series in the driver's seat, going up 2-1, requiring their opponents to 2 wins in a row. On series point, certainly going to be a phenomenal situation for them. And we take a look at this. Just, oh man, it really was YouTube and Technology that put up such a heavy performance at 36,000 damage, 39,000 complete and utter cinemas, as you said. And even that jungler of Zahir, they're showing why they were the number 3 player coming into the season, as their rating was shown. They had such a good performance, a 52.64 rating so far, as they really came into this looking so good, spiraling out of control, and now they have done it. They've gotten to match point, and all they need to do from here is secure it.
Yeah, that was a great game as well. I really thought that the Bard pick would be detrimental, but turns out I was wrong. My bad, Chill Will. I did not know your game, buddy. I did not know you spoke that language. But again, another thing as well is YouTube was put behind so early as well, getting solo killed in this lane. But it just didn't matter at the end of the day because no one else could really do anything there. They just played really disorganized fights in the second half from Milkmen. And that just cost them this game as well because they're just fighting without Yumi thrown there or a tank that could tank in front of him. And YouTube just gets those crits at the end of the game and wins it because of it.
Yeah, they definitely did put up a great performance. We'd expect them to do none the less, though, especially this Bard who really did get so many great stuns off. They were certainly one of the biggest factors for why this game did go their way. You got to give them credit where credit is due, but that's going to do it here for just a little bit. We're going to a short little break. We will be back with game number 4, seeing if this will result in a victory or whether or not we'll go the distance. We'll be back to this.
Welcome back, everybody, to potentially the final game of the night. If not, it's full cinema going the 5 games. Surely not able to get the win there. Pretty convincing fashion, despite the mid lane of what happening there. But now the only thing that is possible is to see what champions are allowed now. You are down a lot of these 80 carry picks. I do believe Corky's gone, Siver's gone, Senna's gone, Hui's gone, Jinx is gone, and now Smolder's gone. I think MF, Ezreal, Jin, Zeri are rising up in prio. As Xin Zhao is locked in, something that hasn't been banned all night by either team. Finally going to go in for Milkman. This is a Rig Immortus special.
Jin Zhao makes a lot of sense. Jin Zhao has been very prevalent in terms of how strong they've been. They're a very good snowballing champ. If you can get some picks, they are really good. Aphelios being hovered, I like it. I think Aphelios is a strong one, especially when we have 30 champions banned. It makes sense to pick this up. There hasn't, I do agree, I do disagree with you on one point. There hasn't been that many like traditional AD carries picked out so far in this match. Obviously, the Corki like counts for one, but it's also like somewhat in the mid lane position. Same with the Hui, but I'd also say a similar situation for the Senna. None of them like are specifically in that bot lane situation, and we're going to be seeing an Ashe mirrored with it. So similar situation. You have some really good engage with the Ashe. You have that arrow, which really does help, and it allows your Jin Zhao to really pick out a target. The Udyr getting poked. That's either going to be in the jungle or the top one. Would imagine it's going to be the jungle to face off against that Jin Zhao. Picking top lane as your first set of picks, definitely an interesting way to do it. The Gragas will match it, likely seen in the top side, unless they're doing something crazy, possibly mid. But I do like it so far. I think that the addition of that Gragas adds a little bit of AP and gives you the advantage in terms of being just a standardized.
Yeah, and now Gragas Ashe against the Udyr. I feel like this is a legacy game, and it is YouTube Aurora in the legacy defining moment of this game. Oh, good heavens. That Aurora champion does a lot of damage. And doesn't like taking a lot of damage back, but potentially one-shotting your opponent at level 6 is pretty much a design staple of that character. Ashe will suffer into this Aurora as well. She does get flanked on. So that champion has to play super far back. You have to play Sniper Ashe, pretty much TFT. Have to look for those long range ultimate engages as well. Udyr is somebody who can't unstoppable the ultimate though. It's just straight up. If it comes to that point.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of a detriment in that regard. I think that, yeah, it's as you said, the Aurora is such a strong pick right now. You have that assassin ability. Along with it, you're also a control mage in some regards, especially with your ultimate, but going invisible and getting that burst damage is going to be ridiculously strong in terms of dealing with players like that Ashe, like even that Gragas, who, like, yeah, you're tanky. However, in that early game, it's definitely possible to kill them. So I'd like to see what the bans are going to end up being. Likely those same support bans as we said earlier. The Nautilus, the Rel, likely to be taken off the board so long as you're getting rid of those. There's going to be a little bit of just kind of that caution towards how that supports are going to be picked out. Obviously, as there's been a lot of supports picked this series. The Bard definitely not the most conventional, however, definitely was a fun one to watch. So we will see how that is kind of like seen into, how they are going to kind of challenge that, and maybe they'll go for some more unconventional support picks.
Yeah. Now have to what do we do here, actually? What do we think that is going to change from the second half no bans? Pick number 4 coming out real quick for Surely Not. Do you just take support here and give R5 the top? Or do you R5 support here, look at the full picture of the team and say, yeah, this is what I can pick here for it?
Thresh.
Oh,
Well, that's an interesting one. One of
okay.
the
That's a
graphics,
classic with Aphelios.
yeah, one of the graphics we saw earlier, we did see a Thresh. Not sure if that means this player's a very competent Thresh player or whether or not that's completely random. And I like it though. I think Thresh is a good support right now. You get a bit of tankiness as well as the poking ability. And oh god, this is gonna be horrid. Okay, a little bit more manageable. I'm thinking the Seraphine Ash is just so hard to play into as there's so many slows, so many stuns. You're just getting rooted left, right, and center. Maokai gives a little bit more tankiness. You get some really good scrimmage potential with that ultimate, and I think especially combining it with the Ash, who as well has some good stuff coming into it, could be strong. And oh, the Mordekaiser to match the I like this a lot. I think
Oh,
it's really fun watching that both top laners having those ultimates that do kind of just work into each other. I think that's going to be really cool.
okay. Mordekaiser is locked. There, I am a Mord OTP, so you can pick a champion here that will just ruin his life. Olaf is up. Do you want to go Olaf and just go for the early pressure kills? Mundo. Okay. Interesting. You can block his R straight up, but that's not really that bad for Mordekaiser there. The Mundo will just technically survive sometimes, but he can get ran over very easily.
So I guess we're seeing the Aurora in the mid lane, which I kind of wasn't expecting. However, I think there's potential for it to find value, especially the Gragas. I think that's the weirdest thing of all, because like, I'm gonna guess it works. It does work to an extent. I just think that it's gonna be a little bit weird to play in. Why?
Yeah. No, I think Mundo is interesting here. Ash doesn't really do much against the Mundo. You won't be able to fight him at all as the game goes on, as we've seen. Rigor Mortis should have a tough time killing this Mundo. Mundo is great into the rest of their team for just surviving their pure bursts, but it's really bad into Mordekaiser. So if he just doesn't die, it's all fine. And surely not could just walk away here with the series win. But hey, that's just a theory.
A
Uh
gaming.
yep, no, you got it. Yeah. I saw him actually. He's running for senator now. Good for him.
Yeah, I
Hope he
saw that
wins.
too. That's really funny. I need that to happen. But regardless, despite the miracles that could possibly be here, we'll see whether or not we'll see the miracle within this matchup. Will this game be concluded? Will we be to a map number 5? That's what we will be seeing later in this game. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to stay tuned. We'll be back right after this quick little break. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody, to possibly the last game of the night. Game number 4, Surely Not versus Milkmen. And now Milkmen have always played together as a unit, going in for the top side this time. Have been going bot the last 3 games.
I don't think they've done that too often. I thought they only did that once. No.
No, they did it
That's
twice.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like this. I think it makes a lot of sense for them to try and get some contestant on the Mundo, who's likely going to want to try and play a little bit aggressive. And yeah, he will actually, because that Q gives a little bit of a slow. But if the Ashe can connect one of the arrows, that's going to give them this. So it is definitely nice. However, a lot of players are going to be approaching.
And that hits on to the Maokai. They will get that ward in, but now bot lane has to take the long way around. And they will lose preferential. Oh no, they won't actually, because Thresh walks mid and Aphelios is not in a position either to really punish this bot lane for doing this play. Unless they're able to get to the Tribus first. And
Well, even then, I don't know if they're going to be able to.
yeah, no, they're gonna go the long way. They get told not to go that way. But it doesn't even matter because Aphelios and Thresh are in lane waiting.
I think it's definitely interesting seeing 2 top laners facing off in the mid lane, but obviously Aurora more traditionally played mid than the opposing is, but we'll see. Obviously the proc is going to be there for this Mordekaiser. They're going to want to try and get anything. Moving him to Brazil would be nice. However, against a Mundo, that's a tragic matchup for the Mordekaiser, as you're going to have to connect your E before you can even hit him into the R. So realistically, it's
Cole?
going to be difficult.
Oh, already taking so much damage here, but that's level 2 actually going to be first. Chill Will has to flash. Bit of a late Q there from the Maokai. So it means that Chill Will is still okay for right now. Did have to burn a slash, but takes no real damage in response as Aurora just does Aurora things mid lane, able to just constantly get all that damage down.
Still up towards top. We are going to be seeing a little bit of a advantageous position for this Mordekaiser. If you are the Dr. Mundo, you're going to want to try and clear out these minions ASAP, as then you will have a little bit more of a clear area to aim your axe. Currently, though, both players are just going to still be up here. Obviously, the oppressed Mundo is going to have to deal with this wave being collapsed without any jungle support, really. Both junglers are just biding their time, playing within the bot side of the map, so maybe they're going to want to try and play for the Drake as well, as it is going to be coming in a minute and 30 seconds. They're going to connect a hook, however, that hook is only going to go on minion.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but should be alright. Now we really need to see the first pryos coming in YouTube. Gonna stop Cole's back. So able to cancel it, but now really have to see how this Mundo can react to being pushed in like this constantly. Because if he mindlessly shoves in, it's a tough time for him, but I don't think he'll be in too much trouble, to be honest.
I think the Mundo should be in a decent spot either way, as they are just going to have to scale, hit that level 6, get the ultimate, and then it's not going to really matter either way. And with the Udyr having a lot of speed, if they are shoved in a large quantity of the time, as long as the Mordekaiser doesn't have their ult up, you're going to be in a good spot. But if they do have their ult up, obviously Mordekaiser is one of the best 2v1 champions, as you are able to isolate that 1v1 within your ultimate. So really going to be a difficult game to win in that scenario. But right now, the bot lane definitely looking in favor of definitely this Ashe, who's being pretty oppressive. However, this HP is not going to be great. They are going to try and poke and prod. They hit that level 4, and now they gain a little bit of extra HP. However, it seems like an all-in might possibly be on the cards, as the Ignite is there.
Yeah, there's going to be a nice little damage right there. There's the root onto Moch. Has to burn the flash. Is he dead to Ignite? That's another flash coming in. Technology has his flash available. Chooses to hold on to it. So no first blood coming through yet.
Still though, YouTube hits that level 5. They are close to getting that Beyond Worlds. And currently, Faded Ashes picked up for the Udyr. Looks like they want to go for Leandri's early on, not going for too much of a tanky build. Instead, just going to go for some standardized stuff. We see up towards the top side that there is going to be Fuzzy Bear close to hitting their level 6. Obviously, the XP is going to be relatively soon. The Q comes out, able to connect actually, so maybe they're going to want to try and get the proc. At this point, they are going to connect another one, as there is the next Q, just clearing out this wave completely. And they're conceding a lot of space. The heal is going to come in at this point. Oh, yeah, there's the extra bits of damage, and no junglers. Both players just on an island.
Yeah. Something that is kind of favoring this Mundo. Able to just kind of relax. But he is now 6 for Mordekaiser, so single E hit into instant ulti. It's the same range, so should be an insta confirm. But Fuzzy Bear, not a fan of throwing out the E's yet. And that's going to be Dragon starting up soon. And that is Cole in a bad spot. Will engage onto the Aurora here. Here is Rigor Mortis to jump up with him right now. That's going to be some big damage. Rigor Mortis is only level 5 though. That's going to be the ultimate drop. That's going to be a big Bomba Slam. And that is first blood to Cole. Rigor Mortis will be able to claim that one. Chill Will is here, but he has to burn flash again. Hook goes wide. 2 kills to Milkman.
That is absolutely tragic. That looked so good for them, and it seemed as if they might have been able to find anything, but the Xin Zhao just barely able to keep themselves on the table, keeping it up. Rigor Mortis getting the extra advantage, and now that's going to be a Drake as well going in their favor. So, currently, a 1k advantage. The gold on the bot laners is actually going to be favoring this Ashe a little bit, or not Ashe, sorry, this Aphelios a little bit, as both have the BF sword. However, 10 CS lead, going to give at least a little bit of credit over towards the side of, but I don't know. I mean, surely not Syndicate. They're looking good, that's for sure. The 1k deficit, that's a little bit closed, isn't going to be great to deal with. Seems as if the Heartsteel is going to be bought out. We'll see whether or not they are going to go for like a really speedy build, going Heartsteel into Warmogs. Obviously, that's been a little bit nerfed as of, I believe, like a couple months back, but that used to be like the build. Recently, it's been a little bit more flexible in terms of how you're going to go for it. Mordekaiser, similar situation. Realistically, going to go for that Riftmaker. That is going to be the case as they are already building for it.
Yeah, now nice little trade happening here on the bot lane. Good damage on the Chill Will. See what they can get going forward. Dragon, of course, already taking that. That's an Infernal. Big hook right there. And the flay to push him in. Knology does not have the guns ready, though. Does not have the chakrams ready to go in and confirm that kill either. But a big, big hook there. Just need to hit one more of those. And you completely turn the tide of this bot lane for the favor of Surely Not.
The only real advantage is in that mid and jungle. State of the game not really changed too much right now because both of those losing players in those engagements did actually get the CS lead, so realistically going to be advantageous for both of them. Over towards the top side, that we are going to be actually seeing Rigor Mortis starting to path upwards, possibly going to try and contest. However, with the Mundo at level 8, it's going to be very unlikely that they'll be able to find anything, regardless of the Xin Zhao being there.
Yep, and now it's going to be triple Giant's Belts for the Mundo, of course. That's
I don't know if they're going to buy triple.
Yeah, triple.
Is it triple now?
Yeah, triple.
Huh. For some reason, I thought it was 2.
Oh, no, like he buys 3. But the item is only 2.
Well, I don't know. Usually, at least in my experience, you're going to want to get that Heartsteel early on just so that you can get those extra stacks, because Mundo with the axe obviously doesn't give you any extra stacks towards your Heartsteel, but you're going to want to try and fight close range either way, as the Mordekaiser is going to want to try and play from distance with their Q. But we'll see what they do end up going for. Obviously, right now it is still a pretty big lead with 1K, but there's the
Ooh.
Ash arrow barely able to dodge out. Actually, I think it did connect onto a wild on the top side. Yeah, it did. It's hilarious. Literally cross map ult.
That's a bit crazy.
The precision. It's just there. The aura has been arrived.
True. Now it's going to be a nice little trade to see
Ooh.
what they can do. Oh.
Gotta be concerned about that Jin Zhao coming up. Possibly gonna put up a little bit of a crunch. Oh, and yeah, they're gonna go invisible for at least a couple seconds. YouTube not gonna have to deal with anything. Both junglers backing. Still though, seeming as if YouTube's just gonna be in this rough spot for a while longer. Yumi thrown. After switching from the ADC to the mid position, they've really been on a tear. Constantly on the front foot. Despite losing the last game while on the mid side, they were the one player that was looking ridiculously good. They were finding that triple kill early on into the game. I think they ended like 6-4 or something crazy like that. So definitely somebody you can't take too lightly. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to keep up the pressure they have in lane. There's going to be the first item built up. Makes a lot of sense to not go for something like Leandre's, instead going for the Luden's Companion, as this gives you a little bit more of that burst damage. And you get that early just aggression in engagements, especially when it comes down to team fights. That's going to be really impactful on the Ashe, as you were mentioning earlier on in the draft. That's somebody who's going to be pretty easy to take down, especially as they are going to be going for more damage. They're not going for much defensive stuff, as this is going to be a critical hit build.
Yeah, something that should be really good here for the side. As it will be Yuntal's first item for the Ashe. So go ahead and get that. And Yuntal's not coming in yet either for the affiliates. Did buy the coal instead. And boots as well. So having those Zerker Roots as well, which means Ashe technically doesn't lose it too much, but having the boots upgrade for this affiliates actually means a lot more than a lot of people do realize in games. So it is good for him. Terry able to get some damage back in now, but Rigor Mortis is going to go in. The Ashe arrow barely misses, and that's going to be the hopeful engage. Maokai ultimate dropped. Dragon started. It is Chemtech. So Hair is here on the Udyr. And that's going to be the engage by Maokai. He will get bursted up though, but that's a big 4-matter! And that is despite the heroics of Cole doing so much in the second half of that fight. YouTube will not fall either. And that's going to be just a bomba barrel to confirm one at the end. But it doesn't matter. Triple kill to the Aurora. And surely not Syndicate. Yes, you lose the dragon, but it's just like last game. You get 4.
Yeah, YouTube, not Twitch for sure. Honestly, those 7 stocks on the Dark Seal, absolutely absurd how good they're performing. They're going to buy an amplifying tone coming into their spawn instantly. They have the Sorcerer boots. They're looking to just keep up the pressure, and it's definitely going to be there. Teleport is coming in immediately for this Fuzzy Bear. Possibly going to be able to find anything. Daddy's Dairy going to be coming on in, looking to cancel out all the vision that has been applied. And honestly, this is so abrupt with how that engage went. I mean, there was a 2-kill deficit, and the gold deficit was also definitely there for him. Both the junglers and the mid had that advantage for the milk men, but it just didn't matter. It really didn't matter. And I mean, you could say that that was because the bot lanes, obviously there was a significant CS advantage in the bot side with over 10 being there, but it really was just better play. The Ashe arrow missing was a big factor. Not really playing off the force of nature was also a bit of a blunder in my opinion. I'm not sure why they dropped it if they didn't want to play off of it, because it did connect onto 2 people. That was something that happened. And I mean, not to say that they did it badly, but okay. Actually, this is surprising. Warmog's going to be built first, so it seems like they believe that they are going to be able to play this aggressively, so they don't want to let this Mordekaiser get out of hand, which I think this is going to be very interesting on how this could go. Obviously, the Mordekaiser does have a lot of shield built up, so realistically, you're not going to want to take any early engagements now, but I think that the sustain on the health is going to be very interesting to see how the Warmogs is going to play a part in this engagement, as once we get into team fights, that's going to be really good for running down people like that Jin Zhao who have a bit of mobility to their kit.
And I think definitely could have won Heartsteel, but it's alright, I guess, to be honest. But have to
I
see
assume they can
Ash.
kill him. That
Yeah,
would be the reason I imagine you'd want to go Warmogs instead of Heartsteel, because you think that you're better. And I mean, whether or not they are or aren't, it's a question for another day. But realistically, the extra speed is a big factor. But oh my god, that Ash Artisan. Oh, that's absurd.
I mean, YouTube is just dead. There's just no real way to say it, but it may just cost them both their lives as the thresh hook goes past Gragas and will hit onto him. Moch here trying to do what he can, but this is just going to be a triple kill for the Udyr. Zohair gets 3 added to his belt. And while the initial play looks good, it ends in a travesty for Milkman.
Yeah, that was absurd. I'm gonna be honest. The combo between the Ash Arrow and then the Gragas ult to get them over the tower, like, that was ridiculous. But then there was just some weird overextension thing where they stayed under tower, and I don't know what I was looking at. But unfortunately for the Milkmen, they did fall down a little bit. They gave a bit of an extra gold deficit. And you got to remember, this is match point, so they are playing very aggressively for a team that is on this elimination of the season. I mean, this is, what, 7 weeks plus playoffs. To go out here would be an absolute tragedy.
Yeah, and that's going to be the getaway vehicle coming in right now. Can they find a YouTube? Getting some big damage in. Terry still alive in the Death Realm, meaning he's not worried about it at all. That's a big Bumba from Cole, but can they find the confirm? The answer is no. Unstoppable from Zohair. Now Cole has to run, dodges the hook, can't do it. YouTube claims it. And that is horrible for the side of Milkman.
Yeah, that was... that doesn't seem like a fight you want to take. I'm not sure if they were, like, expecting the Herald to go their way. Obviously, they haven't been able to secure a single Herald this series, and that just goes to show why this team is so good.
Oh, steppers!
Objectives so well.
Dodges it. Has to burn both summoner spells, though. Now, how do you play this if you're Milkman? Again, the only people ahead right now is Cole and your jungler. This Maokai pick hasn't been working out like how you expected either. And now YouTube heads top to bully the Mordekaiser. Funny enough, if Mordekaiser had went Rylai's first, sorry to cut you off, Cherry.
Oh no,
if Mordekaiser had went Rylai's first, he would be able to fight the Aurora because he can stick on her. But chooses Riftmaker. And now that's just Dragon. Just taken away by Surely Not. There's no real contest.
I think for the most part, you wouldn't want to go Rylai's just due to the fact that, like, when you're in the back foot, because they're not ahead by any means. They're up 14 CS against...
Oh, Zohair, can he take it? Rigor Mortis!
Nice.
Okay, he gets it. But does it cost him anything? The answer is his life. He will fall. Maokai has to flash away. Chill Will is actually going into this Death Realm. Flashes the Q. Still too late. Big shutdown that Mordekaiser gets. That's 500 gold. And here comes Terry on the other side. But the rest of his team backed off. YouTube now getting hit. Big damage coming in. A shutdown. Terry may have baited his teammates. Zohair has to try and run. But he will fall as well. Giving up more gold to the Gragas. And this could be a cold triple kill. Never mind, I just watched the fat man fly. He will fall to the Mordekaiser Q. But that was really funny.
This game's been really back and forth, and it has been off of plays like this. It was really good and really well done from the Milkmen, where they were able to isolate the Thresh especially, and just in general. The fact that we saw Rigor able to find that Herald, it gives them the advantage. However, wait, did nobody pick it up? Oh, never mind. It just already got placed. I didn't see that notification. Oh, well, that's nice. There's the mid tower down for the count. Obviously, YouTube is able to cancel it from getting any extra, and I think Rigor knows that. They're going to go back on jungle, looking to be as kind of self-sufficient and proficient as they be already. they're activating their camps, looking to get the extra XP. And I mean, both junglers have been really good this series, but I think for the most part, it's going to come down to these mid laners. Both of them are really good. Both of them are really fed. And whoever's going to be the first one to the punch might possibly be the one to take this.
Yeah, to see what is the dragon up in about 3. Now, how do you respond to this Otacon as well? It is bot lane. So that's a big fight there, potentially. Heartsteel now rocked for Fozzie. Does not have ultimate to use effectively yet. Terry now is in ult range. Is it going to be dropped? The answer should be yes. And that is a dead Mundo solo kill for the Mordekaiser. Oh, the hook comes in, actually, and that's going to be a nice little lockup onto Daddy Dairy. Can they find it? Aphelios will get it in, but it's a second hook. Mr. President, the tree is down. And now no Mordekaiser ultimate, but could join this Otacon play if Surely Not chooses to force it. They want to hit onto Cole here. He will be locked up, pushed back in. Q does go wide, and that's going to be a big stun. And Chill Will Kills is the one who is killed. Rigor Mortis drops the Crescent Guard, and that is a 2 for 2 across the whole map. And speaking of 2 for 2, Steppers may have stunned them too far! 500 years of collective game design! Aphelios solo kills the Ashe.
That's absurd. And it's not even just that. They've finally taken the gold lead back in their favor. So realistically, you're not going to be able to play for the Otacon. You don't have the Trundle like what we've seen in previous games. So realistically, that's going to be off the table for at least a couple more minutes. Maybe at 25, you're going to try and go for it. But right now, the general consensus should be we need to find kills. We need to find gold and find that lead fast. But right now, it doesn't seem to be possible. Lots of players are starting to group up in the bot lane, possibly to go for this next Cloud Drake, as it's looking bad. I mean, I think we're seeing a game 5, most likely. Like, a fight needs to turn if that's going to be the case. But realistically, I think with how well a Wild Terry's been looking, they've been really strong at being able to get the damage. But right now, they aren't as good as this Mordekaiser, who, like, obviously, like, a standard Mordekaiser at 30 minutes isn't as good as, like, a Mundo at 30 minutes. But when you're 3-0 with 2 assists, and the goal deficit is just so much higher for you, realistically, that Mordekaiser is going to be able to completely outscale a Mundo despite the extra healing and all that.
Alright, well, Otacon, the next objective. See what you can do, though. It's just going to be kind of relaxing. As now that's actually going to be Chill Will getting engaged on here. Drops the prison. And it's going to be a lot of damage dropped onto Rigor Mortis. The hook is there. That confirms the kill. And despite the Maokai ultimate getting dropped down, Rigor Mortis held onto Crescent Guard. Aphelios with just long range damage secures it. And that is going to be second dragon going to Syndicate. They will be able to claim it. Push themselves closer to getting that soul. Terry wants this tower. Able to get big damage onto it. And he will claim it for himself. Bot lane does fall. They may be on the look here for it. Otacon is started with Mordekaiser on here in the bot lane. Hook goes hitting wide. And now you need to back up here. Wait for your Mundo to come in. Zohair will go in right there. Force the unstoppable. But it's not an ultimate yet from this Mordekaiser. Zohair may have outplayed him in his mind, but in the game, it does not matter, as they are wiped from the map. Terry still hitting on a con, and he will get ran down eventually. It will be the CC lock on and popped. Daddy Dairy does fall though, and it is going to be the continuation of TP coming back in, and Otacon goes the way of Milkman. A hard overforce by Surely Not, and that is the potential game changer Milkmen need.
That's absurd. I mean, they were able to get so much value off of everything despite being in the disadvantage, despite having their Mordekaiser only just now coming into the engagement, but it really was just so good. Despite having the Gragas outside, It let them find everything they so desperately wanted. And honestly, you can't really describe it any other way. This is a 2k gold deficit now. There is the Otacon that's being achieved. It really seeming as if this game is all but done for. And now that we see Terry on the bot lane, they are going to have their ult not available. So getting out of here is going to be all but impossible.
Yeah, now it's really troubling to see how they can respond here. Mundo dead yet again, unfortunately. Baron could be started up, but they learned from their mistake of starting that Otacon. Rigamortis able to get that return back. Another good chance here, Cherry, for them Milkmen, as we reach an even game state again.
700 gold bounty is absolutely absurd, though, for this Mordekaiser. I think.
Is it?
It's not
He's
absurd,
5-0. He's gotten
I
3
don't-
towers himself. I
It's
think
just
it's not that
insane.
crazy.
Because we haven't seen this player doing this great. We haven't seen
Oh.
either top laners being able to do this by themselves.
Wait a second, 5k on this Baron. Surely Not's here. And they actually get cold feet. Fozzie Bear will hit the E onto Thresh. Chillwell flashes, but it doesn't matter. He dies in the realm. Oh no, he actually... Wait, how did he die? I thought the Asher would take it. Never mind. And now, this is what Fozzie Bear needs to do. He needs to play this spacing game. But YouTube is here as well. Mid lane is gone. That's going to be 7k right now onto that. Terry is here. There's no Thresh. That's going to be the engage right there. That's going to be big Gragas damage. But that's a huge wobble combo on either side. The question is, who ends up on top? And the answer may shock you yet again. Rigamortis wants Kinology. Not able to claim it. And now YouTube is still alive. Fozzie is not able to get it. Surely Not somehow take this fight as a win. An insane moment, turning this game history on its head. Surely Not claims this Baron too.
I just don't get it. I really don't get. That looked like it shouldn't have happened. I'm gonna be honest, but somehow, some way on earth, it did. Like, how do you just let them all get away? That is tragic, and I cannot feel worse for them because that was a fight that should have gone their way. They had better positioning, they had better everything, but somehow the Milkmen just weren't able to secure any kills. They got everyone so low. The Beyond Worlds did not seem to get anything, and despite that, they still couldn't conclude the fight in their favor. Absolute tragedy. The only one not to pair was the Fuzzy Bear, and I mean, they're just being the one player you can count on. As 6-0 with 3 assists is going to be their scoreline, they still look like they are going to be the one to get everything. Can they do it? We'll wait and see. Seems as if both players on both teams, or not both players, both teams are going to be looking for this next Drake. 25 seconds until that does come down. We do see the Mundo starting to build up a little bit of some anti-heal potentially, but the engagement's going to be there. The Nature's Grass does come in, but it's not going to be able to connect too much, so that's already an ultimate down and a big one at that.
Yep, here we go. Like you said, Nature's Grass is down for this dragon fight. It is soul point no matter what. And that's going to be... Oh my god, wait a second. Cole is spotted out completely, but no one is able to respond on Surely Not Syndicate from it. No one thought he would be there. Not on Vision either until too late. And now this is going to be Terry gaining some good damage here. Does have Mundo ultimate to pop. YouTube looking for the flank. This is going to be a nice little hook back onto Zohair. Fozzie Bear at about half HP. Eating more and more. Has to pop the W now. And this is the fight moment they're looking for. Terry is in death bomb right now. But here comes YouTube. Getting big damage. And Ash is gone. Maokai is gone. The tree is gone. Mordekaiser's gone. Call the only survivor. And that will be surely not getting the soul point.
So, yeah, before we go on to see this whole team get wiped, let me ask you a question. We're going to have an interactive, fun lesson here next. If your one other tank isn't in the fight, and you're playing Mordekaiser, who do we ult? Choice A, the Aphelios, the one player who you could possibly kill. The Aurora, the other player you could possibly kill. Or choice C, the Mundo, who still has ult up and is probably going to use it.
Answer D. I ulti Udyr, who unstoppables it.
Well, let me tell you. That would be the fun answer, but no, we're gonna ult the Mundo, who also hasn't even been that, like, amazing this game, but still, you're not gonna be able to kill a Mundo with Warmogs, with a 300 stack Heartsteel, with their ult up. And we saw that, and that's probably the main reason why they lost, because this dude, Fozzie Bear, has been absolutely absurd this game. They've been the reason this team is still in it. And yet, that fight possibly might have just sold it. Unfortunate, which you can't even put on them, let's be honest. I mean, I don't know why Yumi Throne wasn't there, because they're the other player that's, like, really been doing everything. So it's like a 4v5, and then, like, the Mundo it gets pulled into the ult with the Mordekaiser. So then, like, you're in a 3v5, and it's, like, all up to, like, your Maokai, who's 0-7 with 7 assists, which, like, isn't, like yeah, it's, like, it's rough, but it's, like, you can't really put that as, like, a problem, along with the Ashe, who, like, Ashe just in general, like, if you're leaving anything up to an Ashe, like, they're a supportive player, we all know this. So it's, like, basically, you have the Xin Zhao plus 2 supporting casts. So it's just rough in general.
Oh, big hood here onto Fozzie Bear, and he is ulted Chill Will to try and get any resistances, drag this fight out longer. Will choose now to start running. Will be able to hit it, but the Patin Worlds only hits onto Mordekaiser. Terry TP's in.
Oh,
and
that was
now,
really good.
Yeah, no royalty. You can survive now for the next 40 seconds. The question is, what can you do? You don't have Mordekaiser ulti either to match it. As
You do have Jack shows protein now, so at least that's pretty cool.
well, the living parasite. As Zohair will go ahead and focus up and rig a Mortis in a bad position again this game. Going forward when he knows he can. Another big hook from Chill Will. This time it will cost him his life, but if failures is here, big Mordekaiser damage. See what he can do. No ultimate, no chance of survival. And now they're going for YouTube, trying his hardest. He will die. Terry will be able to claim the Ashe kill. It's all up to Gragas. His final moment. Can he find a big burst onto this team? We'll go ahead, find it on Aphelios. Aphelios is stunned up. Aphelios is dead. Zohair taking 2 tower shots, 3 tower shots, and he does it. 1,100 gold to Gragas, and Milkman stay alive once more.
Honestly, Yumi Throne, I know this player's been really good. Yumi Throne has been probably the reason this team has made it so competitive throughout this entirety of the series. However, I was not expecting them to be able to keep the team alive. Maybe they're able to get only 1 or 2 towers depleted, and then the rest of the team responds. However, to be able to find 2 kills there, absolutely absurdity. Genuinely, the MVP for this team, by far, in my opinion. Whether or not they will lose, whether or not they win, they've been the reason they've been looking so good. Whether or not on the AD carry role, on the top lane role, on the bot lane role, on the jungle role, or support, they could do it all, and I'm sure they'd be able to make it happen. This is the flex player of a lifetime that you've got to wait and see whether or not they'll be able to keep doing it. The Baron does come up. Instant regression has been spotted, I believe, but oh, maybe not. Maybe this is going to be a free Baron giving over.
Yeah, now YouTube is mid. All places, and it's just given up completely. They now know to start running.
Does seem as if the bot side is going to be controlled, and without any empowered minions can be able to go there, so realistically, it's not going to be too big of a deal that you did.
Oh, they could find the big flank here. YouTube gets 1 damage. Quiet goodbye to Ashe as she hits the gray screen again. No chance to react. Instant 1-shot. Cole on the run again, and it will be soul completed for Surely Not when I feel like they could go for the end.
I think the end was possible, but at this point, you gotta imagine they're on match point. They need to be able to conclude. This is a 7-0 team. This is a big matchup, right? They need to make sure they can do this. This is not a double elimination bracket. The nerves might be getting to them. Even though there's a possibility to end, you don't want to deal with it. Obviously, this Gragas and Mordekaiser are both extremely volatile players who will capitalize on every mistake you've made. We've seen Fuzzy Bear able to do it. We've seen Yumi Thrum able to do it. Both of them are absolutely absurd when it comes to being able to get value. Being able to get down Daddy Dairy and along with this Ashe, yes, it's big. Yes, it's good. However, they're not the ones you got to worry about. They're the ones that are going to be there to hit those arrows, to be able to put on the pressure. The ones you got to worry about are this Mordekaiser who has 267 CS, 4 items, and absolute
Stun
menace to
onto
society.
him. Can they burst him though? Ultimate is here. Here he comes, Terry. Steppers is one shot again. And now Terry's in the death realm, but he's not taking too much damage. And that's YouTube on the other side of the fight, trying to do his one shot by himself. Fozzie Bear comes out of it. Can he survive? The answer is no. He is gone as well. Terry can back. Terry can TP. No Fozzie. It's all up to Cole, Rigor Mortis, and Daddy Dairy.
I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but why are we still old? Like, they invested both the Ashe Arrow and the Mordekaiser ult just to take down.
Chill Will hits the big hook. Rigor Mortis this time will drop the Crescent Guard. Chill Will flashes away. Bomba was used by Cole, and that's bot tower gone. Bot inhibitor gone. Cole's looking for any possible angle here, but it's just 2 inhibitors, and surely not fall back.
That was really, really good. I like that a lot from them. They just kind of kept him out, and you got to give them credit where credit is due. Now we will be seeing Fozzie Bear coming back online, so this is going to give them the opportunity to possibly start contesting once more. Now that you have that front line activity, we'll see what they can make happen. I think it's definitely possible. I think Fozzie Bear, if they want to go top lane, there's going to be very few players on the enemy team that can contest them. As long as they don't get matched up against that Mordekaiser, they should, or not Mordekaiser, sorry, the Mundo, they should be good.
Sorry about that. Cat again. Now it's just gonna be, how can you survive this? You denied the Baron, but you don't get anything out of it. You need to look for a miracle fight where Cole gets this Aphelios in, gets Aurora in, and one-shots both of them. But I think as this game goes forward, the chance of that happening is less and less likely. Ashe not able to play this second half at all. Just instantly one-shot every single time. Not even any hope of playing. Medjay's has come out though. And look at YouTube's items. Full build Aurora. That's a big hook onto Cole. And Cole has the Zonias early. And Zohair's getting bursted. And he does fall forward. But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, run from it. Dread it. Destiny has arrived. Surely not Syndicate says surely you can't beat us. And that is it. The minions are arriving into the base. Super low HP bars. Maybe 500 combined between Chill Will, Kinology, and YouTube. The Nexus towers fall. The Nexus falls. And surely not are finals bound and live up to their expectations.
Booking their tickets in for the grand finals, doing a phenomenal job while making it happen. Great stuff from everybody in this lobby, certainly putting up a performance of a lifetime. Unfortunately, that does mark the end of the season for the Milk Men, but that's not the end of the run in general. The grand finals will be approaching next week, so certainly both teams making their way up there, going to be exciting. Some great stuff, though. Unfortunately, despite Milkmen able to take map 1, after that, they did fall short time and time again. It really was just bot and tops so wrong. The junglers, I think that honestly, Rigor played really well, along with Yumi Throne, who was my personal MVP from the side of the Milkmen. Not sure how you feel about it. On the opposite side, definitely gotta give it to Zoair. They were really good time and time again, especially when we saw them in the last map playing up on the Sejuani. They looked ridiculous, and then coming in on the Udyr, they looked really, really good as well. Even though their objectives were lackluster compared to what Rigor was putting up there, they certainly were a player to note.
Yeah, and unfortunately, all the predictions are true. We said XG versus Surely Not in the preseason. We said these are two final scenes. This is the final scene that's going to happen. And unfortunately, it's all true. Ladies and gentlemen, we have entered the worst timeline. Improvise versus YouTube for the chance of a BOL Eternal Glory chip. What a good try for Milkman, especially considering how the second half of that season turned out. You know, a lot of turmoil in all of that roster, constantly changing everything. It's just going to be really tough for them. But coming back there at the end, when everyone had doubted them, they had go ahead and handled business against the Kuma Halberds. The 3-2 handled Glacial Knights 3-1. And unfortunately, it's just not enough. Chocolate did not damage them enough. As now XG on the other side of our bracket tonight as well, with a clean 3-0 despite what happened tonight. We do feel for that team. Of course, Blades had a wonderful season as well. Really just a big powerhouse in their division as well. Just unfortunate how the cookie just crumbles sometimes, how it falls. But now, Cherry J, thank you very much. I think, unless we want to get a potential interview, if my producer is still awake, I think I want to get Zohair in here, if that is possible. Yeah, we'll just drag him in. Yeah, we can just get him in. Yeah, there he is. I'll drag him in. Zohair, welcome in, buddy.
Yo.
Welcome in. Congratulations on the semifinals victory there, man. How does it feel making finals for BOL?
I mean, it feels good, obviously. Top 2 is kind of the goal, so made it there. I think the road there wasn't as clean as we expected, but we made it in the end.
Yeah, taking the game 5 last week against Choco Mint.
I swear the
punch-
shot joined the lobby, bro. I swear.
And now, here at the very end of the road, it is XG standing against you. What everyone had predicted to be the finals is just held up to be true.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel?
Things, this is the third time this happened, so can't say it was unexpected.
Can't say it was unexpected. Do you want to shout out anyone on your team though?
Shout out Terry. He got Ash ulted across the map by a Trundle pillar, so that was pretty good play. It made me laugh a little bit. Shout out YouTube. He clapped him mid. Not gonna lie, that guy dropped the nuke on his head. Game 4. And shout out my ball because I would say their laning was a bit above the enemy ball a little bit. I mean, they played against two different ADCs, so the gap was even bigger in bot.
Gotcha. And how did it? Well, losing that game 1 must have been tough on y'all, I assume, especially since it would have just been reminiscent of, oh man, did they learn from the Chocolate Mint series at all? Is this just going to be dragging it through the entire way or what? But no.
Nah.
Okay.
I think we were pretty chill after game 1 because I used a lot of the champs we were talking about in draft prep, so it was like we felt pretty good going into game 2. Then after game 2, they used so much of their best champs, so I feel like we were just kind of chilling. I think game 4, I definitely lost my mind a little bit. Not like, I mean, just like in my gameplay, I kind of ran it down. but I think I did pretty good in most of the games.
Nice, nice. It definitely feels that way as well. Um, your teammates as well. Chill Will picking the Thresh. Something that was a bit crazy, no?
Yeah, the Thresh and the Bard, they were really clutch picks.
I would consider that, the Bard pick also won you a lot.
I agree. Yeah, it was like it was such a good pick that game. Like I'm so glad that we pulled it out. It looked so good.
I really feel like another thing as well is since we did not really get to host Otter Talk, thank you, Zohair. Gosh.
Huh?
Guy loves yapping yet refuses to yap when I could get paid for it. Thanks,
I'm not the
buddy.
yapper, man. I'm not the yapper. Huh? That's not
Yeah,
me.
okay, here comes King of Yappers, Zohair. No worries.
Hey, I took 3 weeks of Otter Talk. If my team can't pick up the slack, then I don't know what to do, man.
Oh, so
Thousands
you're
was
saying
busy,
it's
so
YouTube's fault.
man, we blame that guy. That guy yapping more than me, and he in the Otter Talk. So
Oh, okay, big. Apparently he's coming next week.
oh,
So
is
no
he?
worries. Yeah, apparently him and Improvise coming on next week.
That's some nice content.
We could have a little remembrance for all the teams as well. We can host a 2-minute candlelight vigil.
Damn.
Am I allowed to ask a question? Sure, person in Twitch chat. You can ask a question. Why not? This is all kind of impromptu anyway. There's no real setup here.
Where this is the post series Otter Talk.
Where was the biggest gap in the series?
Biggest gap. Do you want me to go both sides or just in general?
What? What do you mean both sides? Like
Like you mean
someone?
like individual game, like
No, like the whole series. It
oh, the
says
whole
in the
series?
series. Yeah.
Let me look back at the games real quick.
What do you mean? You just played them, man. What do you mean? What? Let me go back into the games. There's no.
Hey,
We're
listen.
not gonna scoreboard hate watch
After
after
a game
playing four
happens,
games.
after a game happens, you kind of forget about it because it's all about the next game. If you keep thinking about the last game, you're gonna mess up.
Okay, he's saying, is it biggest gap between roles? Who smurfed it the hardest?
Yeah, I got you. Let me see. Uh, I think it was support.
Oh, we lost Sherry.
No,
Support. Okay.
yeah, I go support.
You guys support, you say Chillwell was better than Daddy Dairy.
Yeah,
All right, let's clip that. Let's clip that. Can we clip that just in case next
I,
week?
you don't need to clip it, bro. Just look at what happened. We watched the whole series, so we could see the gap.
Oh, true. Oh, also, how do you feel as well about the game that just happened here, where it was super close for a lot of it, right? It really felt like you guys are about to end, and then Cole just randomly kills the both of you. Able to get that kill, save the game. I mean, at that point, you're just like, man, are we serious? Like, are we gonna lose this game?
I
You
think
know?
I think during that game, I don't think at any point I thought we were gonna lose. Like even if we grief a bunch, because we just had so much map pressure that it was really hard for any team to really do anything. That play in particular, I mean, we knew he was gonna defend, right? Like we knew he was gonna go in. I did not have my spell up when we called the turn, so it was just a bit of miscommunication, I think. But yeah, I mean, like at no point in that game that I thought like we even lost that first dragon fight, which was really unexpected because I think I was so strong to that, and I was level up as well, I think. So I thought that fight was really free. When it goes wrong, we're just like, okay, I mean, like our comp is still like so much better than theirs. Like look at our champions versus theirs. Like they can't really win the game ever if we just play on our spikes. So I don't think there's ever a chance we're losing that, even if we griefed like mega hard as we did.
Okay. I mean, you guys did lose a game, Come on now. What do you mean grief mega hard like that and still lose? You guys, give some respect to Milkman.
I mean, that game in particular, I think the draft was like really insane. I think yeah, the first game like for sure. And some of the other games I think were losable, like from just in terms of like how the comps were. I don't think the drafts were super insane from us games 1 to 3, but for 4, I think our draft was just so insane.
Yeah. All right. Well, Zohair, is there anyone else you want to say thank you?
thank you for dealing with me not coming on Auto Talk, even though you never asked me.
Okay, bro. Hey, listen, Dory Cat felt the pain of asking people to come on, bro. Nobody wants to come on in Diamond for some reason. We're all scared. Come on, man.
Yeah.
I need yappers.
Yeah, it's we're all good
Let
boys
me in
except
a
for
call with this enemy jungler. Good content. Who is Steven Pereza?
I don't know.
Well, content. Guys, we don't. Oh, steppers. Oh, hey, man. No. No. Who mega lulled me?
I mean, if your name in chat was Steppers, then maybe I would
Yeah,
recognize.
like I would understand. Like my fault. My fault. My
I don't know
fault.
your
You know
government name,
what?
man. My bad.
That's my fault. That's my fault. You could blame me for that one. That's my fault. All right, I'll take the hit there. I'll take the hit there. Mate, you can at me and Glor Snacks, okay? On Discord.
Ah, okay. I see why the name
Let
was.
me in a room with Zohair. Good content. No thanks, Cole. No thanks. I think I'll chill on that one actually. Now, now going into next week, of course, you versus XG, Joby versus Zohair, Grim versus YouTube, Chicken Jockey versus Kinology, Chill Will versus Improvise, Terry versus Masuf. How do you guys think you're gonna do?
I don't even know because those matchups didn't tell me anything because they just swap all their players now. So better top game to game wins, I guess. I don't know. We'll see whoever's top which game. I don't know what to say, man. They might sub
Hey,
Joby to like mid lane or something. I don't know. Like, I don't know. They could do whatever. Who
hopefully
knows?
Improvise did not hear that.
Wait,
That
why?
is,
Like, I don't know. They're just swapping their players. I can't tell from the matchup who's gonna win. I have to I have to see first.
that was funny. Oh, yeah, he's here. Uh, so yeah, but do you guys think it's 3-0 surely not claims the chip and then claims the chip in what other league are you guys in? You're on surely not
Titan.
Akuma, right?
Yeah, and Titan.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Titan. I think there's a long way away. We didn't really get challenged so far, so we'll see on that. I think for this series. I mean, if I said 3-0, it would just be the biggest cope ever. No, like it would just not even be content because this is gonna be the most exciting series we've seen so far. IMO in the whole league. So stay tuned, I guess.
Yeah.
You're in a different group, aren't you? I see. Well, I mean, we're both getting first then, right? And we'll meet in the seeding games. There you go. We'll see then. I think in our group,
Oh, seeding games. Oh, you can't talk about seeding games
yeah.
here.
That's a little
That's
taboo here.
a sensitive topic here.
Yeah.
It may have been Omega in these finals if we had some seeding games issues
Maybe
resolved.
if Blades and FF all of theirs, they could have won.
True.
Listen.
I do feel bad for that
Apparently,
guy.
everyone knows exactly how that happened. I didn't read what happened, but I think it's a bit unfortunate. I would have handled it differently, but I'm not one to speak. I'm not a Tito, so. Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that blows.
All right. Well, thank you for everything, guys. That has been another BOL series in the books. This time, not as long as last week's. Last week we went 6 hours. This week we only go 4 hours. No worries.
Not bad.
No worries, guys. I don't have other places to bleed. I don't have to go to sleep. But yeah, no. Due to no auto talk, of course, pretty much the same time we're ending. Just remove the game. But thank you very much all for watching. Have a wonderful night. Stay safe. Join us next week for finals. Otter Talk, YouTube, Improvise joining us. It's going to be a fun one. See you all then.